Standards. We have Mr. Vimal Mahindra, who is the Vice President of IEC. We also have Colin Clove from the UL. We have Yen Yen from UNIDO and Mr. Berthold from RENAC. Before we start our panel discussion, I would like to invite, and we also have a special guest from the government of France, Ms. Selina. Before we start the panel discussion and discuss key aspects of the solar energy standards, I would like to invite Mr. Joshua Wycliffe, who is the Chief Operations Officer at International Solar Alliance, for his opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabah. Distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor and a privilege to welcome you all this morning, and thank you for coming. It's a very critical thing that we're going to be discussing this morning, and I thought it would be important to lay the groundwork as we set to go ahead with the day's initiatives that we talk. Today's objective for this meeting, as I set it up, is to strategize and collaborate on these initiatives that are very vital for the supply chain and, of course, the minerals and materials and the plant and equipment that we source for the Star Seas, sorry, not for the Star Seas Centers, but for the industry itself, and being able to set up solar farms and solar facilities. And I'll tell you why in a moment. ISA, from ISA's experience, the least developed countries and the small island development states among whom we work, it's becoming growingly apparent that as we push the need for solar, as we push the transition to come across quicker and faster, as we address this need for transition, there has been a lot of issues that have come up as well. One of those issues that become is that, I'll explain it in two ways. One is, of course, when the push is there, of course, people try to go and buy things and put them in place on the solar facilities. And when they try to do it, the market gets flooded with all kinds of equipments, all kinds of materials, metals, and through all kinds of supply chains. So, of course, profit wallets being one of the considerations. So all kinds of things come into play. So when they come in, then the guarantee and, of course, the investor confidence, all of these are linked to the kind of materials that are being supplied to a market. So when attention is not paid to that, it results in loss of confidence. And of course, loss of confidence, not just in materials as well. I used to give an example of a pharmaceutical industry. So if you went and bought a penicillin, and if the druggist gave you a substandard brand of penicillin, the consumer's confidence on penicillin itself goes out, it reduces. And similarly, here, if you have a substandard material that has been supplied and they fix it and they lose the confidence in that, the confidence in renewables, confidence in the solar itself kind of reduces. And then, of course, that works exactly against the mission that ISA has. So a crucial thing that we need to address in ISA is to make sure that the materials that get supplied to the market are of high quality and standard. Today's event and today's meeting that we have would address that in so many ways. And I hope we can take back home some valuable learnings, as much as I'm looking forward to, so that we can then deploy it in our sites, various places, by putting in Star Sea Centers, which we have designed, which then provides a support to the investors, to the developers, and to these people who are implementing and deploying the solutions on the ground, so they know the quality and standards of the materials that they ought to buy. And so these centers can then certify the level of quality that these materials, these minerals, and the plant and equipment that have been supplied. Another area that we are struggling is that there are certain markets where developers and investors, we spoke about it yesterday in the private sector. Majority, about 90% of the investment goes into many of these OECD countries, which are already overflowing with supplies of investments. However, Africa, for instance, where the need is most excruciating, the amount of investments is about 4 to 5% in the last year alone. So we then look at the root cause of this problem. One of those issues is the investor confidence. The investor confidence, of course, rightfully is about the return on investment. And a key factor that feeds into your return on investment is, of course, the quality of equipment and plant that you use. So with this scenario, if there's a Star C center that can provide the kind of confidence in the materials that are being supplied and the longevity of this product, that guarantee, that certification from a Star C center would matter a lot in the confidence of the investor and the developer. So we're trying to address that problem through a session like this. So I welcome you all once more, the panelists, and of course the moderators who will be running through this session. Please make this engaging from both sides so we're all able to mutually learn and take home some useful tips from today. And I understand there will be question and answer opportunities as well from both audience and of course from this side. So I wish a great enjoyable time working and learning together. Thank you.
Thank you, Joshua, for setting the contest in the most simplistic way of giving us examples from the medicine sector that helped us to understand. Sorry. IEC, which is the International Electrotechnical Commission, is one of the most important body in the solar component sector, which sets standards, and many developed countries follow those standards. We are fortunate to have Mr. Vimal Mahendru, who is the Vice President of IEC. I would like to welcome him and ask him for his special address.
Namaste, everyone. Good morning. Thank you, Sabah, for this introduction. Mr. Joshua's opening remarks were music to my ears because talking about quality, I think, is something that we are missing in public discourse. How do we bring quality infrastructure? And quality infrastructure is not just product quality. It works with several segments of our society. It's about the right policy initiatives, regulations, product standards, conformity or certification that actually those standards are being implemented, and for that purpose, including testing and metrology infrastructure. All of this together is quality infrastructure, and I'm so glad that you laid the foundation for me to come and talk about it. Let me begin by being a little provocative. Do you have a clicker for the slides that I wanted to show? Okay. For a moment, pause whatever you are thinking of and think of not having electricity. What does it mean to live and grow and study and work in a place where there is absolutely no electricity? What does it mean? For a moment, think of what development means in such a place. I live in New Delhi, and living in New Delhi, we have ample amount of electricity 24 hours throughout the year. And I've not really experienced that. But when I started my journey in IEC, I was confronted by the same question. At that time, the world was having about 1.2 billion people. This was about 2014, 10 years back, that 1.2 billion people like us, you and I, citizens of the world, were having no electricity at all ever. They didn't even have an electric wire coming into their village, let alone their huts or homes or dwellings. Next slide. This is a picture I took in 2014 in a small village about 150 kilometers east of Mumbai. Mumbai, I'm sure you all know, is the home of Bollywood. This was a village of 22 huts or 22 families with no electricity at all. This old man was sitting outside weaving bamboo baskets. Every day he would sit outside and weave about 10 baskets. And come sundown, guess what happened? All activity in the village stopped. They would move indoors, spend some time doing whatever they could do in the dark and go to sleep. And next morning, wake up and do the same. And on the Sundays, he would take all the baskets he would have made to the city to sell them. Next slide. In 2022, the IEC published a standard for enabling electricity access. This was a standard based on the World Bank multi-tier framework. Why? What does electricity access mean? It is actually not binary that either you have electricity or you don't have it, because all kinds of research has shown that the moment you get one light bulb, you immediately need more and more and more, because that's when electricity kind of changes your view of the world. It brings developmental opportunities, work opportunities, change in lifestyle. This standard is today fully applicable. It has been used in India and in many African countries to bring electricity access. In 2014, where there were about 1.2 billion people without electricity, today the number has considerably reduced by different measures. I'm told it's anywhere between about 140 million now to about 160 million only. And so this is the kind of impact this standard has had. What happened to that village? Next click. This is the picture I had shown. One more click, sorry. The simple solution that this standard was bringing was more like a recipe or a cookbook to put a small solar panel on the rooftop, connected directly inside the hut to a charge controller, a small battery, and just one LED bulb. Just one LED bulb. The whole system cost about 180 Swiss francs or 180 euros, if you may say. But what did it do? It changed the life in this village. How? The old man who was doing only 10 baskets moved indoors and did 4 more baskets every day extra. So, simple mathematics. What was the cost of these additional 4 baskets? Anyone? Actually 0, because the raw material was bamboo, which is a free local resource. And what was the profit? All 44 extra baskets were adding to the profit. What did he do with the profit? Question to all of you. What did he buy? More bamboo. Well, bamboo was a free resource. Somebody said another light bulb. No, he did not buy a light bulb. He actually bought a simple mobile phone. Why? Because now he could charge the mobile phone in the charge controller because it has a USB port. And his children and grandchildren had all moved to the cities, because if there is no electricity, there is no opportunity for new jobs or better jobs in the village. So all the youngsters in the village had moved to the cities, and now he was having a better quality of life because he was able to talk to them and communicate with them every day. This is how he was having a more fulfilling life. Why? Because of just one simple light bulb. This is how I bring home the point that technology has answers. It can help us address UN SDGs. One more click, please. One more click, please. And it's not just about SDG 7, which is about electricity access. It's about eliminating poverty also. So we see that through SDG 7, we are actually connecting with several different UN SDGs. The next one. I want to connect briefly to our vision also. IEC has been around since 1906. So almost since electricity came into being in our world. And Our vision is to lead to an all-electric and connected society, that instead of transporting any other means of energy, if we can transport electrons, that alone is going to lead to a more sustainable world. Then, if we can lead to a net zero world, that's where we are. And this is where I think the vision of International Solar Alliance and IEC is very well matched, because we're also looking at the same. And how do we achieve net zero? It's through solar and other renewables that we can achieve this. Next click, please. This is just a lot of words, but I've also put the QR codes which you can scan. I'm sure these slides will be made available. IEC has a very strong program of a whole catalog of standards related to solar PV. It's about raw materials, what Mr. Joshua was mentioning. So raw materials, processing, quality, output, performance, and end of use life of solar PV panels. So this whole gambit is being addressed by IEC standards. Not only that, we also have a renewable energy conformity assessment system, which is about how to evaluate the performance of these. So getting those systems out there, and we have about 170 member countries who are actually applying these standards and conformity assessment schemes. Next one, please. We have a booth here also. So this is row H and this is H7. In the same hall, B15 is the standards pavilion where IEC, ISO, and UL have come together. And I have my colleague Colin here from UL. He's also going to be one of the panelists today. Next one. Thank you. I've also given addresses of our various regional offices. There are some more slides in this deck which are hidden, but they carry more links to relevant catalogs and information on our solar PV panels. And I look forward to our panel discussion where we can talk about this further. Thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Vimal. We can easily relate to the picture that you have shown. That's what we are trying to do in most of the least developed countries we are working with. We want to have the last mile access of energy. We are privileged to have Ms. Selina Grenet Catalano, who is the Director of Global Affairs, French Ministry for Europe and Foreign Affairs. ISA has a co-presidency of Government of France, and Government of France is also supporting ISA in setting up the solar technology application resource centers in number of countries. We are working with experts from the Government of France. We also have a seconded expert who is helping us on capacity building as well as on setting up the STAR Center. Now, without any delay, I would like to invite Ms. Selina for her keynote address. Please.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. First, I would like to thank the Secretariat of the International Solar Agency for inviting me to speak at this event on behalf of the French government. As I am a diplomat, allow me to start by recalling some basics. Almost 10 years ago, 195 countries, they made a historic commitment by signing the Paris Agreement. This commitment is to hold the increase in the global average temperature on the planet well below 2 degrees Celsius and to continue efforts to limit it to 1.5 degrees Celsius. On the eve of the 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement, the conclusion of the IPCC are unequivocal. We must accelerate and we must strengthen our collective efforts to achieve the objectives set at COP21. Last year at COP28 in Dubai, we agreed together to accelerate our efforts to three things: transition away from fossil fuels, triple the world's installed renewable energy generation capacity and to double the global average annual rate of energy efficiency improvements by 2030. So we must now live up to the commitments set out in the Paris Agreement and last year in Dubai. For its part, I would just give you a few examples about what we are trying to do in France at a national scale. We are actively promoting renewable energies, and in particular, the development of solar power capacity on our own territory. France has set itself a target of tripling its installed photovoltaic capacity by 2028. And we have also set a target of increasing our solar energy production capacity by a factor of 10 by 2050. So we are convinced that the development of solar energy is a key instrument in the fight against climate change, while simultaneously promoting industrial development, job creation, and energy security. So we are convinced that solar energy is one of the main solutions for large-scale, affordable access to electricity. We now need to strengthen the conditions for its development worldwide. And this is why France supported the International Solar Alliance since its creation, and so that it can achieve a change of scale in the deployment of solar energy worldwide. We have thus fulfilled our commitment to mobilize 1.5 billion euros to finance solar projects in ISA member countries. For solar energy to develop worldwide, it's necessary to strengthen human capacities and to develop quality standards, as it was mentioned before. And this is why we are supporting the STAR-C program capacity building initiative led by the International Solar Alliance, and it plays a key role in building local capacities and consolidating a network of centers of expertise and training for solar technologies. Upon this project with funds from France, ISA is working in partnership with UNIDO to set qualifications and certifications frameworks on solar technology in East Africa, in West Africa, and in Pacific Islands. So STAR-C centers for us are at the heart of standardizing solar products in order to ensure a minimum level of quality and reliability of the solar technologies deployed. They therefore play a crucial role in the development and appropriation of solar technologies, which can only be achieved by winning the confidence of investors and of consumers through the development of quality standards and a robust insurance framework. So as France considers that capacity building is crucial for the development of the solar energy standards and quality assurance, this is why we have fully supported the STAR-C program since its creation. In 2021, we made a contribution of 1 million euros to the ISA STAR-C in order to implement 3 centers. First one in Senegal, second one in Papua New Guinea, and the third one in Bhutan. And Senegal will soon launch its Solar Academy. Funded from the project budget, it will be able to deliver face-to-face training. So this is very, very important. As you mentioned, our contribution also includes the secondment of an expert to the ASC Secretariat since October 2023. And as we are convinced by the success of the STAR-C centers, we have renewed our support to the project with a new contribution in October 2024. As ISEA's co-president, we will continue to support the development of the program, of course. We welcome the upcoming opening of several centers and the interest shown by many countries at the ISA Assembly in early November. Our state secretary planned to attend this assembly. Unfortunately, was prevented from going to India by our president because there was an event in France. but be convinced that he will be very much involved and committed into following up all that was decided at this assembly, and you will probably see him for the next sessions. Let me conclude by thanking the Secretariat and the experts present here today for addressing these crucial issues. Your discussions will feed into future thinking and project under the StarSea program. And I thank you very much. I wish you fruitful discussions. And really, I would like to renew and to reaffirm the French total commitment and dedication to all your works, because the future is in your hands. And the example that you have mentioned, it was very concrete, and it shows how fruitful and important your works are for the future of the developing countries and their access to high quality electricity and high quality standards. Thank you very much for your attention, and have a nice and very fruitful discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Selena. I know that you also have to leave for other meetings. Government of France is not only supporting Star Center, we really value the overall support the government of France is providing to the International Solar Alliance, right from the Star Center to other programs that we are implementing at the country level. So thank you for your keynote address, and thank you for the support that France is providing to the International Solar Alliance. Now it's a time to take make use of the panel that we have and have some questions and answers to know what ISA should be doing overall at the country level on standards, mainly standards as well as on the qualification framework. So we have an eminent panel. We have Mr. Vimal Mahindru, who you have just heard, who is the Vice President of IEC. I would like to invite Mr. Vimal to the panel discussion. We also have Mr. Berthold Prade, who is the CEO of RENAC. Berthold, please. We have Colin Clough, who is the Regional Director, UL Standards and Engagement. We have Kentian Sema, who is the Project Administrator, UNIDO. We also wanted to have a representative from Ghana, but unfortunately, he couldn't arrive. His flight got delayed. He was supposed to come this morning. But we have these four eminent people who I am going to interact with on the questions which are very critical for the standards. You know, while speaking on that mic, I realized that we are loud enough to hear each other without these headphones. But we will hear us more clearly. Yeah, it's better. So so thank you for joining as the panelist for this session. This is more a learning for International Solar Alliance, because International Solar Alliance is soon going to start its work on standards, mainly standards, both component and application standards. For both products and services. By services, I mean the workforce who are going to be involved, and that's how Berthold and Gentian are going to provide their inputs. And we have Mr. Vimal and Mr. Colin, who are going to focus more on the product side. Yeah. You all have different kinds of experience globally. You have worked in different countries. You have seen the LDCs. You have seen the developed countries as well. So my question is mostly going to be for the LDCs and for the small island developing states where we are more active. We work in other countries as well, but the work that we are starting right now is more directed towards the LDCs and to the states. Starting with Mr. Vimal, there is an entire ecosystem that works around standards, not only the publication of standards as well as the implementation, then conformity assessment, all of that. So starting with LDCs particularly, I mean, sometimes we become a bit clueless from where to start. Shall we just take the standards and start influencing the government, asking them to follow these standards, have those components which follow these standards. How to start within a country to build that ecosystem? I would like to know from you, sir.
Great question. Maybe more than IEC, I can bring my personal experience. I come from India. I grew up in India in a small town north of Delhi. And growing up in India, I've realized that capacity building is at the heart of everything. Even if you have the best standards, if you don't have people who understand how it works, how it connects with the various other aspects, you could have the best of standards, but not have the policies supporting it. What good is it? So I guess understanding of the whole ecosystem, how it works, that is important. So concurrent activities are critical. How do we get to a level where an LDC can concurrently look at policy, regulation, standards, conformity assessment? In my little experience, I can say I have seen that where India has worked well is when they have kind of started with capacity building, making sure that the conversations at the grassroots level, right from colleges onward, are more oriented toward talking about quality infrastructure and not just about standards. I can keep talking about policy, ignore standards, nothing will change because people don't get the value. But if you really want value for society, you have to start looking at this whole quality infrastructure. I think that's the point Joshua also was making in his opening remarks. And from Selena also, I heard this quality infrastructure is key. And so a kind of concurrent conversation around this whole thing, which means also that policymakers, regulators, industry, standardization bodies, the national standardization and conformity assessment bodies, they have to kind of start working on it together, layer by layer. It's not one finishes the job and then the next one will start. Somewhere getting everyone to start working on it together makes a difference.
No, thank you. I mean, that gives me a cue for my next question to you again. Look, I mean, we are based in India, so of course we know India better. But I don't want to focus too much on India. But India is also a very good example. I mean, I can't ignore the entire journey which India has traveled in past 20-25 years. Not only in solar, but also the standards, following the standards. You have seen India very closely because you are based in Delhi. Uh, can you tell us very briefly about the journey which India has traveled, particularly on standards, right from the beginning till now, where we are?
Uh, I hope we have another 2 hours. I could go on with this one. Um, India became independent in 1947. So before that, India was totally aligned to British standards. In fact, there was no such institution also within India which was doing standards. It was all British standards. So Bureau of Indian Standards was itself born in 1947, the year of our independence. And that's when some thinking came up. Of course, in 1947, we could not come up with standards on our own. So literally the entire catalog of standards coming from the British Standards Institute, they were adopted as national standards. It's only when the Indian industry became a little more mature in the mid 70s that we started saying that, hey, India is not the same as UK. Our weather conditions, ambient conditions, usage conditions, environment in which we operate, raw materials that we have locally are very different from UK. So we need Indian standards which serve the Indian community. So number one lesson for everyone, across the board, please look at your local conditions also. Don't adopt standards just for the heck of it or because somebody very super intelligent somewhere has said it. Bring your own ideas so that the standards work for you and your community rather than somebody else's ideas working for you. That's how India started with the standardization work. Now there is a full catalog of Indian standards that are being used. Solar PV standards came in typically my experience is that standardization work begins a little later than the innovation and adoption in the industry. So there are some initial innovators or some sharpshooters who get into the industry and start working in a certain space before the standardization community comes in. Because the number one value that standards bring to the world is that they bring the same technology and consistency of what the user community can expect from the whole industry. So solar PV panels, once they are adopted in a country, then the whole user community will know exactly what to expect. And I think that's what is important, to bring consistency of quality and expectation across the board. From there on, India got into in the 80s with some kind of certification schemes and conformity assessment. It's only recently that India started regulating some of this, also with regulations on what it means for rural areas, where the incentives and the policies should work for the consumers. And so first the standards, then conformity assessment, then the policies and regulations. I think all of this happened. The conversation on these topics started at the same time, but it was the implementation which kind of lagged the others. This is perhaps natural also, because as the industry was growing, as adoption of different technologies, especially solar, if we talk about, as the adoption increased across the board, that's when the government said, well, we need to regulate it, and an unregulated market will not help our consumers. That was in brief. I'm sorry it was still long.
So I'll discuss with you offline as well about India's journey. First, I want to finish the product standards. So that's why my next question is to Colin. So Colin, I mean, you have seen so many countries complying with solar standards. We work in LDCs, so it's the same question what I asked to Mr. Vimal. From where do you see us starting to build that ecosystem where we see other developed nations which are complying with standards, specifically in LDCs?
Sure. But maybe let me start by introducing my organization first, because we're not as well known as the IEC. Right. So UL Standards Engagement, we are a global non-profit standards developing organization. So we started back in 1894. So also about the same time when IEC started. Because if you look back in the history, so what happened back then? It was the second industrial revolution. So where electricity was new. So back then there's a lot, this is a new innovation. So everyone started to use light bulb. But the question is, how do we scale from one light bulb to 1 million light bulb, right? Because the know-how and also the technical requirements are totally different. So this is where the founder of UL, or formerly known as the Underwriters Laboratories, actually was approached. Because back then the first request came from the insurance industry. So because they were like, there is this pavilion, so they're going to use like hundreds, thousands of light bulbs. How are we sure we know, we quantify the hazard, right, to be able to provide insurance? So the solutions is, number one, we need to really understand the hazard through the science. That is actually the research. Number two is we need to convene the stakeholders so that this research outcome can be used by multi-stakeholders, right, can be used by policymakers and the industry as well. Number three is conformity assessment. So which means our product has to be certified. Right, so that brings to my response to your questions. So we believe that we have gone through a lot, right, in the past 100 years. So that's why for the least developed countries, right, so we want to actually share the knowledge, capacity building by sharing our experience with them, so that they don't have to reinvent the wheel. And then they can focus on what is a top up, as what Vimal has mentioned. So what are the climatic conditions? So they only have to focus on that. For the rest of the foundation, so we have laid for you. So this is actually the first thing. Number two is all the jargons. technical regulation, standards, conformity assessment is like really challenging for the least developed countries. So we have done a lot of works in Vietnam, in Myanmar, and then to really let them know that, okay, these are the tools and how you can use it. And also don't feel shy, because we need developing countries and least developed nations as well to be involved in standards development, so the standards can be applied equally throughout the whole world. So we need you to participate. So this is more to empower them, to let them know that you can contribute. So awareness raising and capacity building. Thank you.
So when you say that the LDCs or the underdeveloped countries, they should also participate in the development of standards, what incentive you provide? Not incentive, I would say. I mean, how do you encourage them? Because right now they're at a very nascent stage. They are, I mean, if I talk about solar, then it's just coming up in their countries. So how do you encourage them to be part of the whole system and also provide their inputs in the standards development?
This is a very good question. So there's a lot of barriers for least developed countries. So that's why we want to encourage them to step forward, starting as an observer first, so that they don't really have to invest so much. It's more a learning process. So in the process, they're able to provide their comments. So number one, observer. Number two is we have to provide more mentorship. So I believe in ISO and IEC, there's this kind of mentorship where the developed countries are helping the developing countries. Whereas in UL Centers engagement, so we have officers in different countries. So we go directly to the country, like to do conferences, to provide technical assistance. So there are different forms, but these are the different capacity building that we should help the developing country to level up.
Thanks.
Can I just add to this?
Yes, please.
You know, one of the things that I have experienced is standards are typically developed by people who are sitting in the room and who have the ideas. Unfortunately, the way the world works, if you're not in the room to tell your problem or what is happening in your country, nobody will know how to address it. We talked about in your presentation Papua New Guinea, or you mentioned Myanmar. But if sitting in Geneva, if we are writing standards on any topic, the countries which will come to the table to define the problem, they will know their countries. They will define the problem the way they know it. So in spite of best intentions, they may overlook what's happening in Myanmar. What are the ideal solutions for that? So number one lesson that I have learned, and I would like to share with everyone, is please come to the table to even talk about your problems or what you are expecting. Then the engineers cannot ignore it, and they will write a standard which will deliver solutions. But if they don't know what the problems or what the issues in your specific geography, your climate conditions, your local raw materials are, they will not be able to address it. World of standards require us to articulate the problems correctly. Once we have correctly articulated the issues, then the standards will deliver perfect value.
You are right. I mean, that's what our experience has been. In some of these countries, they have just adopted the standards, yeah, without thinking whether these comply with the local situation or not. And that's where they struggle because of the geographical context or because of the weather conditions. I mean, they need slight tweak in those standards. And when they are not in the room, who will tell them that these changes are required? Yeah. Now moving on, we have covered the product standards. Moving on, I would like to ask Renak Berthold. You work extensively on training people. Yeah, training people on solar energy and other aspects as well. Now, when the solar is expanding globally, which means that not only the development is happening within the country, but there are people who are coming from outside, installing solar and then going back. People who are within the country, they're also helping them to install solar. Now, within this solar industry, how do you see the standardization of services, yeah, globally? Because right now we don't have any such standard? I mean, there are a number of standards or certification schemes. How do you see that happening globally as one piece rather than many pieces?
Thanks for the question, Saba. In fact, to be honest, what we see is a big mess. There is no global standards used. Installation, I mean, mainly installers look to make it most profitable for them. The clients are also not aware of the standards. Oftentimes, there's no inspection schemes established. So it depends more if, let's say, there is bigger investments from the investor's perspective, that they really force the installation companies to prove that they installed according to IEC standards, for example. Yeah, but so we are really in the very beginning to have these standards really being used worldwide. I mean, for example, talking about Germany, there are some standards, of course, that electricians who in the end connect PV systems to the grid have applied to. Yeah, so I mean, you can tick this box. Nevertheless, for example, if you talk about training systems in Germany, especially further trainings, and I think this is the same thing globally, there is no standards also on the quality of training. What, let's say, a PV installer has to know for off-grid, for grid connected, what inspectors need to know, yeah, what kind of knowledge engineers who design systems have to know. So this is really a huge wild field where it's a lot to do. And I mean, coming back to ISA, I would really say and see ISA would be one of the few institutions who have the ability and the connection to many countries to also establish standards in the training. When we as RENAC do trainings on solar PV, of course, we refer to some IEC standards which have to be applied. Yeah, because I mean, this is how we do. But there's many other training providers who have maybe different philosophies. So I really think ISA would be, yeah, the best institution to establish also standards for quality assurance in the training sector. We have to discuss this later, how this could be done, but I think really this would be a big effort and worse for the global solar development to, I mean, have the standards for the trainings, but also then in the trainings use the standards which have been defined, for example, by IEC or UL.
No, thanks. That reminds me of the struggles that we have within the International Solar Alliance while we work with the countries. You know, when you say certification or when you say standardization of training, of course, ISA is doing number of trainings, and those are really benchmark kind of trainings that we offer, engaging number of institutions, and all those trainings are very standardized. But I know agencies as well. I mean, solar is just one part of the entire work they are doing, but they're also providing online trainings, 2 days online training to the technicians to become a technician for solar park or solar rooftop. Now you can imagine, I mean, people who have not even touched those components, they are now going to the market, acting as solar technicians. So of course, I mean, we have just started. It's been only 1.5 years, 2 years to the star centers that we are working, but it's a long journey, I imagine. Going to UNIDO, Kenyan, you work across regions, yeah? You have seen number of big projects as well, development projects, especially the Global Environment Facility projects and Green Climate Fund, all those projects, which tries to also influence the government or convince the government on use of renewable energy, including solar energy. what your experiences have been, especially on standards that helps governments to reduce cost, enhance safety, all of that. What has been your experience in terms of discussion that you have with the government?
Thank you. Thank you, Sabah, for the relevant question. Referring to the distinguished CEO of ISA, when you first mentioned that standards are very important to avoid markets being flooded with substandard products or even rubbish products. We have seen it time and again, unfortunately, especially in the African continent where I work a lot. UNIDO has established during the past 12 years some 9 operational centers which relate to setting up the market conditions for renewable energy and energy efficiency in alliance, always in coordination with economic communities, starting in West Africa, East Africa, SADC region in Southern Africa, Central Africa, where I'm currently working on daily basis, etc. With the International Solar Alliance and the government of France, we started in 2022 a project which aims to standardize an international alliance network of solar applications and technology resource centers. And this specific project started in West Africa and East Africa and the Southern Pacific community as a demonstration to begin with. Now, to come to your question, when we come to the governments, it's clear that we have to work first on a regional basis to harmonize both approaches, methodologies, resources, so that we can intervene in a much more targeted way on the regional, on the national scale, right, in the implementation on the ground. And essentially through this project, UNIDO has managed, for example, to have a 3-pronged approach. First, to strengthen the quality infrastructure frameworks by doing a thorough needs assessment, baseline assessment for the solar PV and thermal applications in the 3 regions, economic communities that I mentioned. And we have developed solar implementation roadmaps, both for PV and thermal applications. The second component is providing, as our distinguished fellow panelist mentioned from RENAC, standardized trainings and curricula, which is essential. Of course, it's a journey which has started a couple of years ago, and I very much welcome more targeted discussions on how to standardize trainings. Certainly, we standardize trainings within the regions where we operate, but it's very, very important to also learn from best experiences. And this is the third component of the project, where we are operating, essentially having a global network of practitioners who share their experiences on what really works. Thank you. Over to you.
Thanks, Kenjan. Berthold, you provide extensive trainings, yeah, on different aspects of solar. But technology is also changing very fast. Yeah, we know every 6-8 months we hear a news about a new technological development within the solar industry. How do you keep it up? I mean, in terms of not only revising the modules or the trainings that you have, but also the certification process.
If you define, let's say, certification processes, then of course you have to balance out always, yeah, between the development of technology, of components, with not to change too often also like the certification level, yeah. I mean, if we talk about, let's say, PV module technology, yeah, it doesn't really make a difference so much for the quality of the training if we now have like 22% of efficiency or 26% or, I mean, or 24, whatever, yeah. I mean, the basics, this is the basics of installation, yeah, of of making like handover of systems, of connecting the inverters, the monitoring system, and so on. This is something which should follow the standards. Yeah. Also, for the different climate conditions. So this is something which can maintain without changing this, the certification schemes too often.
Thank you. Thank you. Going to Colin. Colin, the certification bodies, mainly, my question is with respect to the components or the products which these LDCs receive, yeah, from different international suppliers, different international vendors, and they follow the international certification of the origin country from where the products is sourced, because most of these LDCs, they don't have their testing laboratories and all, so they just follow those certification. Uh, these LDCs, those don't understand those standards. Yeah. B, the certification they get from these suppliers, they blindly follow it. Yeah. They don't really get into it. And in some cases, these certifications are not up to the mark as well. Have you been to such a situation where you have seen countries getting the certified products, but those are not up to the mark, and countries are suffering, and it's creating a very bad example within those countries?
Yeah, sure. I think this is a very valid question. It's now happening indeed. So my example is actually in the Philippines. So Philippines has a lot of islands, right? That's why they cannot build a grid to connect all the islands. That's why solar energy is actually the shortcut for them to leapfrog. Right, so they really deploy a lot of solar energy. So and they face a big challenge because right now there's a lot of overcapacity for solar panel. So that's why they and also most of the time when people buy solar PV panel or component, they only look at the price. So they don't really understand what are the nuances behind. So the best thing is they go to Amazon.com or Lazada or whatever. Right, they just look at the price. Okay, it costs like $100. It comes with a battery. Oh, it's a good deal, or they'll just buy it. Right. So right now they are facing a lot of challenges because this solar energy sometimes it doesn't work. That is actually the least concern. And the bigger concern is it catches fire. It burn down houses. That is actually the worst consequences. So then it come back to the next question. So we have to certify and test all this solar PV. And also the components. But there is no lab in the Philippines that can really do a good job. And then, so the government also don't have the resources to build a lot of labs to support this demand as well. That's why my advice to them is always, look out first. On one hand, I believe all the country need to have this kind of testing and certification capacity, but one step at a time, which is more important. Right, so if the safe component coming to a country is more critical, look at the international framework. Because right now in conformity assessment, testing and certification, there are already a lot of mutual recognition arrangement. Right, so the product tested in China, in Taiwan, in other countries, it should be accepted. It can be accepted if there is mutual recognition arrangement. So these are the framework under the ILAC, International Laboratory Accreditation Corporation, or IAF, or International Accreditation Framework, International Accreditation Forum. In the meantime, IEC have a framework as well. So I want to invite Vimor to add on. Thank you.
Thank you. From my experience, we've talked about policy, regulations, standards, conformity assessment, metrology. One thing that I have not yet talked about, but in my opinion, that's critical and that's at the heart of your question, it's called market surveillance. So imagine that you have the right framework, right policies in place, regulations, the right standards implemented, you have testing and certification and conformity, everything is going on. But to answer your question, sometimes the supplier is not supplying the right product, or the quality is not right, or the material here, that company may have used was not the right one, or the installation was not done. How do you really come to know? And how do you make sure that the consumer is really paying for whatever he or she has asked for, and you're really getting that? In this, market surveillance is very critical, and market surveillance makes the whole thing work. Market surveillance is about at random going and checking that, okay, this is what the standard was, this is what the certification said. Has this company really supplied it? Have they installed it correctly or not? And then if you come across any thing which is amiss, bringing repercussions for that. I have seen this work wonders. Europe, the European Commission has very strong market surveillance activities, especially around electrical equipment and solar panels, etc. In India, we are now implementing this because we also had a phase in India where we were learning, and there is a graveyard of solar panels which were promised to work wonders, but within 6 months, they kind of finished off. I've seen in Africa many installations of remote hospitals and schools where on the rooftop there were 3 different sets of solar panels. They were all 3 not working simply because either they were not of the right quality or they were installed, worked once, but once the installer went away, it all died. To avoid that, market surveillance is critical. There is no shortcut to this. You can do all the other work, but not do market. There will, unfortunately, this is human tendency. There will be people who will find the shortcut to making money. And we need to be very vigilant on those, especially in LDCs, because money is precious. We really need to focus on some of these aspects. Thank you.
And these unsuccessful graveyards, they create a very negative or bad advertisement for the solar. And that's the challenge we see in these LDCs as well, as you said, because money is really precious. They don't want to invest into something which is not going to have any value for them. Yeah. Unfortunately, we don't have the representative from Ghana, but I had a question for him, which I would like to change a bit and ask both Colin and Mr. Vimal on what are your expectations in terms of the priorities when you see at these LDCs? What exactly, I mean, of course, I mean, you want them to be part of those panels and all, you want them to provide the technical inputs, but what is the first thing that you would like to see at the country level to see these standards working?
Well, I want to start from the heart. I think a fierce commitment to addressing renewables is required. Not just, thankfully, my work takes me traveling a lot, interacting with a lot of people. And I have seen sometimes, people following solar industry more because the rest of the world is following. What's required is a national approach, a national mandate, even in LDCs, to say, we are going to do a good job of renewables. And within that, when we go to solar, we'll have the right policy framework, which incentivizes people to start working with solar. We'll have the right regulations. We will work with standards. We'll work with conformity assessment, set up labs, and then we'll also set up market surveillance in this. A national strategy is number 1, in my opinion. Number 2, actually, I shouldn't say number 2, it goes concurrently. It's having a national dialogue and capacity building, which includes training and the work that Berthold mentioned. I think that is critical so that everyone is fully aware of what this whole industry is about. It's not a black hole. There is enough knowledge out there, but making sure that people are aware of this, the training is available for this. And the third, please get involved. IEC is a great platform, which is an open one. There are countries which are members, but yet I sometimes lament, and this is my message to the audience here in presence and those who are online, get involved, because that's the only way the IEC community, or I and my colleagues in our office, we would know what really your needs are. If we don't know, how can we even begin to address those? So, and just voicing your issues is not requiring too much of techie jargon. You are the best people to articulate what you really need. Once you have articulated it, the systems in IEC, being an international organization, are such that your words cannot be ignored, period. So get engaged. That's my third point in this. Thank you.
Yeah, can't agree more with Vimor, especially with participation in IEC, even UL Centers engagement. We are an active member in IEC as well. But I've been reflecting what I've been doing recently. So I just came back from Vietnam. So it's not an LDC, but they just graduated from LDC about 10 years ago. So what I learned is really one word: empowerment. Because in LDC and developing countries, they are really good people. So these people, they are smart. They know what to do. So what they really want is how do we empower them to get the ball rolling, right? Because a lot of time, like in Vietnam, so we did a lot of conferences. So in the recent conference, I sat next to the chair of the technical committee for Vietnam National Standards Development. So he told me that, hey, Colin, actually, we have a lot of technologies for ESS to support solar energy. So the technical know-how, we know what to do. But the only thing is we don't understand standards. We don't know how to set a quality infrastructure. We don't know how to do the institutional setting as well. So these are the things that we are focusing on. So we listen to them. We understand what is the first barrier. Then we empower them by teaching them how to fish instead of giving them the fish. So from there, right now, they're already on the progress of developing their own standards and conformity assessment. So empowerment, teaching them how to fish.
But thank you. I'm conscious of the time. I'll just move to the audience if anybody has a question, because I have a last question before I close this session. No. So very quickly, just one minute to all four of you. We, as an ISA, we are going to work on standards. We will collaborate with IEC, will collaborate with UL. We are new to the standards world, to be honest. Yeah, we are new to the certification world as well for training of the solar workforce. Starting from Gideon, what do you see the role as a role for ISA to work on both standards and certification of products and services?
ISA has a strong role to play in this regard, owing to your strong membership worldwide and the great work and the added value that you have been bringing on the ground. What I see is, at least from my perspective, working with UNIDO, supporting the International Solar Alliance, is the regional centers. Of course, our colleague highlighted it's critical, the national implementation strategy framework to be put in place. There are countries in the LDCs and the small island states which do not have such a capacity institutional-wise. So through the regional approach, we can create the rightful networks that empower each of these countries to apply such strategies in place. Thank you.
And for me, it's really about partnership, because everyone has gone through a lot of different innovations and experiments. So there is no point reinvent the wheel, because we have to believe in science. Like physics is physics, whether it's in France, in India, or in Azerbaijan. So everyone has done a lot of experiments. So it's really important that we share all the good practices and know-how. Yeah, so partnership is really a key.
Yeah, but repeating what I said, I think ISA could have a push to create, let's say, levels of standards also for training, offering it to its member countries, and they can then really, take this also in combination with the projects which UNIDO is doing, to have just a critical mass of countries who are applying certain standards, also for the trainings. because then the more and more and more the countries follow this, the more it really gets a global standard.
Thank you. Let me address your question squarely in 2 points. One, I believe ISA's core value proposition and where you're doing an admirable job is guidance on policy and regulations for not only LDCs, but for all your member countries. That's your strength. And I think we in the IEC need to know more about your strength. And likewise for us, our core strength, we are geekish about technology and standards and conformity assessment, bringing our knowledge to you. So there is almost a natural complementarity of your work on policy and regulations, IEC work on standards and conformity assessment. So working together to me is very natural. But the bigger point I want to make, as not only to ISA, but to all of us, sustainability is not a spectator sport. To address sustainability, it's not left to organizations like ISA or IEC or any of us who's sitting here. We have to make this issue personal. The question I often pose myself and I pose everyone is, I have a young grandson who's about 18 months. I grew up fantastically. There was no pollution. Water was clean. I could go and swim in any stream in India when I was growing. Can I say that today? And can I say that for our grandchildren who are coming in? So make the issue of sustainability personal. That's the only way that this world will change. Leaving it to other organizations that what can I do? It's for UNIDO or IEC or UL, somebody else will take care of it. Nothing will change. We have to make this issue personal.
Thank you. I think that was the best closing. That was a good closing remarks, Mr. Vimal. Thank you so much to all 4 of you for your very insightful thoughts. Of course, I mean, all of this is going to be recorded, is being recorded. I'm going to listen to this again back in my office, put down points, now what to work, how to work around this, and I'll surely be contacting you once again to guide ISA in the work that we are planning to do on standards. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, all of you.
Thank you.
to this fireside, sunny side up chat that we're going to have with Jonathan. And Jonathan Dunn is our guest today for this particular. Speak up. All you have to do is. Can you hear me now? Okay. So I'm just repeating, if you could, those of you who are here, if you could use your headphones, it's got the noise cancelling facility, so you're able to hear me better, hear us better rather. So we're here today to discuss about how sustainability happens in corporate sector, and in particular, the mining sector, mining and material sector. So with me, I have our guest here today, a special guest, Jonathan Dunn from Anglo American Mining Company. So we're going to talk about a series of question and answers, of course, back and forth in the form of a discussion. So then we'll also have an opportunity for you to ask questions at the end of this session that we have. So sit back, relax, and I'm sure we could mutually learn a lot together. So Jonathan, I've stolen a bit of from your LinkedIn postings, and I'd like to go back to that. But before I do that, from what we all understand, mining materials in itself poses several challenges, let alone being in solar. Again, like yesterday, we were talking about transition for countries and the challenges transition poses, and that no one size fits it all in terms of how you support countries in terms of transitioning from fossil fuels to energy, renewable energy. So I always wonder what it is like for the companies to transition as well, or to make companies sustainable. And I actually read one of your posts on LinkedIn where you kind of indicated that the decarbonization trajectory would be different for different companies, even within the same sector. And if you could say a few words about how and why that would be different.
Invitation. It's really nice to be here. And if I look a bit bleary-eyed, apologies, but I was in Istanbul overnight at the airport, so I'm a little sleepy. But hopefully we'll get through this. Look, the interesting thing about that post, one of the comments that followed was it's not just even between companies, but between operations and what have you. And I think context is really, really important. And so just to set the context of us as a company, for example, so we grew up in South Africa. That's where the heart of the company remains. And then we've expanded to operations across South America, in Australia, and in Canada. Now, if you think about the decarbonisation trajectory just of those individual countries first, they're going to be completely different. And take South Africa as an example. South Africa, as most people know, the energy supply is almost entirely dependent on coal-fired power stations still. And South Africa itself doesn't have the ability or the financial capability to transition on its own. So our transition is part of South Africa's transition in that context. And so, yes, we have a plan for what we're going to do, but we have to make sure that's done in the context of South Africa. So if you're to extend the point on the LinkedIn post, if you're then comparing us to, say, for the sake of argument, BHP, whose operations are largely in Australia, or a very significant proportion are in Australia, the Australian context is completely different again. So what I was trying to say is companies shouldn't be an excuse not to do things, but it should be when looking at different companies and comparing them, you're comparing them against themselves rather than against each other.
Right, thank you. We all know that gone are the days when sustainability was just a tick in the box or a checklist exercise. And it's a critical investment area. It's seen as a critical investment area today. And when it comes to your industry, we're looking at materials and critical earth materials and of course minerals. That would form again a very important aspect or an important part of the solar plant itself, and the solar power, the plant and equipment that come along with that, the panels and all of that. So do you think, generally speaking, in the industry, I'm not just talking about Anglo, but generally speaking in the industry, do people now start realizing that by providing sustainability, not just in production, but even the supply chain, Are you able to realize genuine returns? And does that provide you a competitive advantage?
Let me take that in a couple of different ways. And we were talking about this before, in that I think in certain ways, the mining sector's understood the importance of sustainability, particularly from a social perspective, for decades. Why? Because actually, if you don't have sustainability as a mining company, you'll get shut down. You'll get shut down by the community, you'll get shut down by the regulators, you'll get shut down by others. It is enlightened self-interest to do things well. Now, that isn't to suggest that the mining industry always does everything well. That would be a crazy thing to say. And sadly, you see too many examples of poor practice. But if I go back to, I think it's the 1950s when Ernest Oppenheimer, who was the founding father essentially of Anglo-American, he described the fact that Anglo-American's purpose back then was not only to generate returns for shareholders, but also to do that in a way which benefited the communities that lived alongside the operations that we have. And that's been a thread that's run throughout the company since. We have a purpose, which is to reimagine mining to improve people's lives. And that second bit, to improve people's lives, is really important because the reimagine mining can be a technology question, perhaps, but actually that's not enough in itself. It's to do something positive. So is it a competitive advantage if it means that your operations can continue to operate sustainably? I would say yes, 100%. The more difficult part of the conversation is then you say, well, look, we're looking to reduce the footprint with respect to water use, with respect to nature disturbed, with respect to carbon, of course. Is there a way at the moment that that is being valued in the market? Frankly speaking, no, it isn't. Now, what we're seeing is we're seeing more interest. We're seeing customers say to us, we want you to give us the detail of the specifics associated with the whichever particular criteria they're after on the sustainability side, and they're looking at that. But right now, there isn't a financial benefit from it. So there's a if you like, there's a market signal that's not quite coming through yet, which is we want to do things well. The market talks about valuing it, but at the moment, it's not being valued.
Right. I'll pick on the word reimagine the process. That was interesting. Well, let's say reimagining or even innovation and sustainability. Innovation can be pursued. And I mean, an organization that does not innovate, you spoke about getting shut down if it's not sustainable. So who does not want sustainability? Everyone wants sustainability. But if you were to innovate or reimagine so that you could pursue outcomes like, enhancing your customer trust, the value into your business, and also, of course, if outcomes could include mitigating risk in your business and also unlock a whole new value system. Let's go to the Anglo situation. We're talking about it. So in terms of the first question I have, what innovative practices in Anglo-American implementation did you see to reduce the carbon footprint and enhance sustainability? How have you innovated, or how would you innovate going forward?
Yeah, it's a great question because innovation tends to be focused on technology. What I'd like to do is turn it a little bit more into about the how you do things. And I'll use renewable energy actually as an example, if I may, which is that I talked before about South Africa. So we've got a commitment to be carbon neutral across all of our operations by 2040, with an interim target of 2030 of a 30% reduction off our 2016 baseline. For Scope 2 emissions in South America, that's been possible to do through procuring renewable electricity in the market. We use a lot of electricity. In South Africa, for the reasons I mentioned before, it's not been possible to procure that renewable power in the market. So the question was, how could we deal with our Scope 2 emissions in South Africa? And we use a lot of electricity in South Africa because of the fact that we have a platinum business that does a lot of processing using a lot of electricity, which is almost all, as I said, coal-fired powered. So what we decided to do was, well, look, let's create a company working with EDF Renewables, which would build a system, an ecosystem, if you like, across Southern Africa of a mixture of solar and wind farms, which would feed into the grid, provide greater stability to the grid, but also then provide us the electrons that we needed to be carbon neutral in South Africa. Now, that in itself doesn't sound very innovative. What I would say is what we then said was, well, look, we need that to be part of South Africa's transition more broadly. So we need it to be a company that's owned in South Africa as well, and a company that's thinking about the social impact of what it does by providing sustainable, affordable, reliable power to the communities where we're building these sites. So it's kind of the application of the implementation, which we think, to your point, makes us more resilient, because we're going to have support from others. We've got better power security when those are built. And we've also hopefully got a really kind of stronger community in South Africa. And just to put some numbers on it, we're currently building 520 megawatts of that, possibly total of about 3 gigawatts that we'll build across South Africa.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you for that response. The demand for critical materials, including the ones for the solar panels, the rare earth materials, are skyrocketing as I speak, and it's increasing. And so the technologies as well. And, these form the backbone of every green energy revolution that we see today. And companies like Anglo play a crucial role in this story of sustainability. How would you call, or what are the most significant environmental challenges you face in sourcing these minerals and metals for solar energy or renewables or for any other business? What are the challenges you face and how do you overcome them?
Yeah, I'll take that in two ways as well, if I can. Because I've just talked about the fact we're procuring quite a lot of solar panels. So I'll talk about it as a customer, but I'll also talk about it as a producer first. And I think when you're thinking about the environmental challenges associated with mining of any of those materials, and certainly in our mining, which we're principally focused on copper and iron ore going forward, there's really two environmental issues of most importance. The first is water, and the second is nature. Now, you can talk about, I wouldn't characterize carbon dioxide as an environmental issue necessarily, but let's put that to one side in the sense that, I said we're going to be carbon neutral by 2040. We're focused on that. But the two environmental focuses, I'd say, are water and nature. And they're multifaceted and they're different in different places. But to put it in context with respect to water, just about every mining process for all of those minerals you're talking about, be that lithium, be it certain rare earths, certainly copper, cobalt, nickel, all of these different really, really vital metals, is a water-intensive process as it stands. So what do we do about that? Often you're mining them in places where water availability is a real challenge. If you're thinking about northern and central Chile, for example, or southern Peru, where we have a copper operation in southern Peru, a couple of copper operations in northern and central Chile, what do you do about that? What do you do about the availability for water? So what we've tried to do, again, is to take, I'll give you two quick examples. First of all, Quellaveco is our mine in Peru, which opened a couple of years ago. And people joke about Quellaveco. It's a $5 billion project that we built. People joke that it's actually a water project with a bit of copper mining on the side. I mean, that's the sort of scale of the water investment, because we sat down with the community in Quellaveco, or the communities, should I say, and agreed 27 kind of statements of conditions, if you like, that we would implement on the project, almost all of them which were about water. So what did that actually practically result in? It meant that we diverted a river around where the mine would be, such that it wasn't affected by the mine. We piped water 90 kilometers from a water basin which is naturally high in arsenic and other pollutants, which make it unfit for human consumption, unfit for agriculture, but okay for mining processing. We use that water such that we're providing water from the watershed we're in for the communities. And the whole basic system is about saying, actually, the management of this water needs to be for all of the different users of the water. So that's one example. The second, more recent example is in Chile, where we recognized that it simply wasn't sustainable for us to continue to draw water from natural sources in Chile. So we've said, well, we're going to need to build a desalination plant. But the desalination plant will provide high quality potable water, which you shouldn't be using for mining, because you can use, as I've just described, lower quality water for mining. So the system we're implementing there is the desalinated water will actually go to the communities, and we'll then take the gray water, the polluted water, the sewage water from the communities, and use that for the mine processing. So you're creating a system again, and it's a sort of innovative approach. If I may say a word on on nature, and I mean, we can get into it more in Q&A. I think one of the biggest challenges with nature, and we've got very sophisticated approaches for both measuring and assessing and remediating nature. But the big ultimate challenge is how do you still in my view is how do you compare the nature of the Northern Cape in South Africa with the Mata Atlântica in central Brazil, or how do you compare the value of the biodiversity in northern Chile with something in Australia? It's so difficult, and such that when I was reminding myself, because I don't lead on the nature side of things, I was reminding myself before this chat of what we write in our sustainability report, and I read it and I think it's really, really clever stuff, but it's really complicated as well. So we've developed a metric which we call quality habitat hectares, which tries to equalize for those things. So, in simple terms, a hectare of prime Amazonian rainforest is clearly more valuable in biodiversity terms than a hectare of the Sahara Desert. Both have biodiversity value, but one is clearly more rich in biodiversity. And we've tried to equalize for that, such that we can start to share with people, look, this is the impact we're having in a negative sense, because when you mine, when you dig a hole, you disturb land. But what are we doing to make up for that, to either mitigate or to compensate for that? So those questions about how you get those tools right are really, really important. The final thing I'll say, if I may, is there's no point in a mining company within its fence line being good at nature. It doesn't help. So we're looking at it very much from a landscape perspective. What can we do in partnership with other companies, with other interested actors, including governments, of course, such that you're thinking about a regional approach to nature, such that our contribution is a part of a greater whole. Not easy to do, because it involves getting organizations that have different perspectives around the table together and agreeing the way forward. But ultimately, we believe we'll have a more positive impact on nature.
Well, that leads to my next question. It's amazing that you are showing the responsibility to be able to engage with other like-minded organizations, bring them around the table and be able to decide that. So the next one was, like we all know, the production and supply of materials and minerals, and then connecting them to the world through your supply chain. There's a need for, being able to design, develop, and implement responsible supply chains, production and responsible supply chains. Would there be something I could share in terms of how Anglo goes about establishing or evolving a responsible supply chain? In the light of, if you see what the world's gone through in the last 2 to 3 years, with the fight they had, with the war that's going in Ukraine, and how that's, we spoke about it a little while ago, and what it meant for fuel pricing. So supply chains now taking a center stage in being able to provide, and of course the excruciating need for the speed with which the supply chain is able to deliver your products to the market, to the communities, is going up all the time. With all these demands placed on the organization and on the supply chain, how would Anglo react to that? And how would Anglo go about developing a responsible supply chain in being able to produce, and of course, deliver?
Yeah, so there's, if I can take that in a different way first, I think, so I've been coming to COPs since, what number was it? The one that was supposed to be in Santiago and was in Madrid. I think I was COP 25. And I saw a change in COP 26 in Glasgow when the debate turned much more into the how do we do this? There was bit less of the what and more of the how. And all of a sudden, actually, mining didn't happen at Glasgow, but it became part of the conversation for exactly the reason you're asking. Because when you start to think about the how, you have to start to think about where stuff comes from. Now, where stuff comes from often ends up leading to mining, because everything around us, the quote that's a bit hackneyed but is used quite a lot, if it's not mined, it's grown. So it's either come out of the ground through growing, or it's come out of the ground because it's been dug out of the ground. Things don't just appear. Now, of course, there's a place for reuse, recycling, using less. But in the way you describe with respect to the energy transition in particular, the expectations with regard to the metals and minerals needed for that transition is significant. But then we live in a very low trust world. And the mining sector has performed really poorly in the past. And there's been too many examples of poor performance. So why should people trust what is said? So I think what you then need is you need independent verification. And what you've seen is a proliferation of standards around the place, which is challenging for everybody concerned, because actually what you want, I think what everybody wants is they want one standard that they can say, okay, yeah, I know if that metal has got that standard assigned to it, then I know that it's been produced in a responsible way. It's been reduced with a low carbon footprint, with a low water footprint. It's got excellent social indicators, whatever other indicators you want to add. And we as a company have been, we're a founding member of an organization called the Initiative for Responsible Mine Site Assurance, which is a multi-stakeholder initiative which brings together some mining companies, some NGOs, there's some governments in there, some customer companies, to basically try and design a standard, well, has designed a standard, which is, this is a standard not designed by the mining companies and not assessed by the mining companies, but a standard of performance, which we think mining companies should reach. And we've committed to put all of our mine sites through either IRMA, as it's known, IRMA, or other third-party assurances by the end of next year, I think it is, because it's really important for us to be able to hold up a badge and say, we're not marking our homework. Somebody else is marking our homework and telling us that we're developing well. Now, I should say that the ICMM, international, I forgot what the I stood for, the International Council of Metals and Mining, which is the leading association for mining companies, is also doing a piece of work which we're supporting on consolidating other standards, such that to try and make it simple. So I think that responsibility piece that you're describing, I think it needs to be made easy for people, right? They need it to be straightforward. Not everybody can go and check that a mine site is run properly. You need a standard that helps people see it, but you need that standard to be independently verified. The other side of the question, if I may, you asked about value chain. You know, we have incredibly strict requirements on our own value chain. We kind of we're expecting people to ask the same of us that we're asking of our suppliers with respect to all types of aspects of responsible responsible sourcing, and most critically in things like in various human rights aspects, modern slavery, child labor, those kind of questions. We've got to make sure that our value chains are free of those issues, as well as, of course, environmental sustainability.
Coming back to the standards that you're talking about, I spoke at an earlier session where we spoke about the standards. So when you push for the market transition, what happens is, of course, you're pushing for the speed with which the market can transition, a country can transition, a community can transition from fossil fuel to renewables. But that push also means speed. And when you put speed, when you pump in money, investments into that market, then comes the other side of it, where the cheaper products, the market gets flooded with cheaper products, where there is a lot of compromise on the quality of those. And I think it's very appropriate when you speak about responsible production and supply chain. You also talk about responsibility over quality as well, in terms of the delivery and deliverables.
Yeah, it's very valid. And I think I was just thinking about it in the context of, say, for example, copper. Because it's unlikely that you're going to deliver poor quality copper itself, but the quality failure there is probably about the way it's been produced.
Yeah.
And the impact that that's had elsewhere. And I think there's a really interesting challenge, because one could say that actually to do things properly takes longer. We would probably say that it might take longer in the short term, but it's almost going slowly to go quickly later on. And actually, you do things properly, you've got a sustainable foundation on which to build. So I think it is a challenge. I mean, there is a challenge of pace, without a shadow of a doubt. And, you know, in the mining sector in particular, there's lots of figures out there about how long it takes to build a new mine, for all the reasons that are fair. You know, people want to be sure that the standards are being met, that the permits are all proper permits and well established. What the mining companies would say is, we just want certainty. We're very happy with very high standards, but we want certainty of timelines, because that then helps with investment, of course, as well.
Okay. Thank you, Jonathan. I've got just one more question before we open up to the audience. This is more a general one. What would your long-term vision for Anglo be in terms of transition to a low carbon economy?
Yeah, it's interesting, because I've now been at Anglo for about 6 years. And in that time, we've already transitioned and we're continuing to transition. And not just the energy transition, but the wider transition to a low carbon world is absolutely the heart of that. So when I joined, we had a thermal coal business, and we've demerged the thermal coal business. We're in the process of becoming a company that will focus on copper, which is central to every electrical appliance, to high-grade iron ore, and the world needs steel to do everything, and fertilizer. And we often don't talk about another part of the transition, which is the food systems transition, and the importance of having low carbon organic fertilizers, which is what we're developing. And so that transition carries on. And I guess the really exciting part is, how do you make sure you do that in a way that is not only consistent with, but kind of welcomed by, as much as possible, all different stakeholders. And that means doing all of the things we just talked about really, really well. I'm big proud of it. I mean, it's a challenge that most in the country I come from, if people think about mining, they have an image of coal mining in the 1980s and all of the problems associated both with striking and with sickness and with all these kind of different things. And actually, we need to change that paradigm such that something which is so foundational to all of our lives is something which actually is done in a way which is consistent with our expectations. And in a world that's moving from, it has to move from a hydrocarbons-based economy to a solar and a wind and other based economy, that's materials intensive. It's materials intensive, and we need to get those materials in the way, in the best way possible. What I should make the point is, if you stop mining the coal, for example, and mine the copper and other things, you're going to disturb much less land, because coal mines tend to be significantly.
You made your point.
large.
You made your point. Thank you.
I'll stop there.
All right. Thanks a lot, Jonathan. So we'll now open up for questions from the audience. And ladies and gentlemen, we've had quite an extensive discussion in terms of how Anglo operates. So there's one question from here, this gentleman here.
Can you hear me? Yeah, perfect. Yeah, so I was just curious. It's my first time running into ISA there, and it's good to see mining industry talking about this, because it's so closely related, right? So I'm just curious, like, how does ISA influence mining? And I know all the kind of minerals and so on are coming from mining, right? So you must be kind of in collaboration, or, you know, at least consult each other somehow, or protect each other somehow. So I'm just curious about the relationship between that. Yeah.
Well, speaking of relationship, one of those things we do, and we started doing well here in ISA, is have a private sector advisory group, which includes different industry segments who meet together, work together. And these are some of those very same things we discuss across the table. And we have private sector roundtables in Europe, we've had in Southeast Asia, and in Africa as well. So through these roundtables, we are able to feed in information, which is useful for us to provide advocacy, and also being able to provide support in terms of analytics and reporting, which is a major input into how not just mining companies, the private sector companies behave and how they go forward with the businesses. Lady here, can someone? Okay, sorry, after him.
Thank you so much. Jonathan, this is for the response you were giving about the reduction of your renewable energy and the approach that you took partnering with EDF Renewables, for example. And this was the context of the market transition is very tied to your own transition as a company. This is, I think, an interesting case study that's also being replicated in other economies, where industry is pushing the energy transition using things like co-location of renewables next to data centers, for example. Are there any opportunities that you see with cross-sector collaboration with this type of model in a place like South Africa? And if so, what are some interesting ideas of that collaboration in the energy space?
Yeah, and sounds very strange to be able to hear your own voice. I'll take that off. That example in South Africa is exactly that as well, in that we've started recognizing that, well, when we looked at it as a system, we realized that actually, if we, for example, were just to do stuff on our own land, then we wouldn't be using the best wind resources and the best solar resources. So efficiency wise, that wouldn't be a great thing. But of course, the minute you scale, the minute you're able to partner with others, you get the economies of scale, and also you get things like you don't need as much storage, or you don't need any storage, because you're getting the benefits of the impacts across regions. So that work we've been doing in South Africa, we've been looking for partners and working with partners, including actually sometimes with data centers if they were interested. I don't know, because I'm not personally involved in it day to day, whether we've secured those kind of things, but exactly to that point, that we can help. And obviously part of the conversation is always with government. You know, in South Africa, but it's true in any jurisdiction, tends to be that the grid in particular is owned and run by government, and the grid is the critical bit which requires further investment. So partnering with the government is really, really important too. But the final thing I'll say, which I didn't really get to before, which it's one of the things we think about instinctively, because mining is a transitional activity. You know, mining will stop. The resource will run out eventually. So actually, one of the benefits of what we've tried to think about with regards to those renewable projects as well is they don't need to be located where we are, because actually generating electricity for the long term after we've gone will be beneficial to that.
Very bad droughts that leaves desperation, because we mine coal, but at the same time, we use very little of it. 85% of our power is hydroelectricity. And due to the droughts, we've been having 3 to 4 days of load shedding. That means we don't have power all those days. And yeah, the entire system is just crashing. My question is, what does the picture look like, and especially the roadmap for such a country like this one, when it comes to the aspect of trying to figure out how we are going to provide power for our citizens, but then at the same time, we're looking at issues and aspects of just transition? Thank you.
You want me to answer? Okay. From ISA's perspective, that's perhaps the story in many other countries we work with, be it Africa, South America, Asia Pacific. That is the case where there's load shedding. And of course, renewables is the answer. One of the first things we do is we look at, I mean, you said from Africa, and we just had 4% of investment go into the market in the last year, where 90% of it went into markets where it already abounds, where renewable energy investments are abounding. The last COP last year in the UAE agreed that we would triple renewable capacity, which means you need 3 times the amount of investment to look at being able to triple the capacity. Tripling capacity would also impact markets like Africa or Zambia for that matter. One of those things we do from ISA's perspective is to be able to go to the root cause of why there aren't investments in countries like this, where there's huge load shedding and you don't have the consistent power supply. The two kinds of markets where the electrification is good and the poor electrification. When there is good electrification, what we do is we then ensure, working with the governments, to be able to provide consistent supply. Where there is poor electrification, like you said, we then work with the governments and being able to see why there is poor electrification and how we could improve that. Then we look at investments being as one of the issues that haven't made inroads into such countries. We look at the risk factor. So one of those things that developers and investors think twice before going into markets is not just Africa, anywhere, is the risks associated with the return on investment. So if I put money into that, am I able to get it back? If I'm not able to get it back, why? And what are the kind of risks and how do we mitigate it? So you have geopolitical risks, you've got climatic risks, you've got internal political risks, and so many other things, war, calamities, natural calamities, and all of this. So we've come up with a facility called the Global Solar Facility. The Global Solar Facility has been launched for Africa. What it does is being able to look at the risks and mitigate risks. So we've partnered with the World Bank, the MEGA Group, and we provide an insurance premium for such developers and businesses who want to be able to establish businesses. So the risks are covered by the huge premiums that are charged by insurance companies. We pay the first premium for them. Also, we look into possibilities of supporting through the capital loss, first capital loss, provide accelerated programs and handholding programs for the first 2 years. So businesses are not left alone or high and dry, that they could get into the business and then there is a risk of monies not being returned. So this global solar facility is it's in its nascent stages. We've launched it in the DRC. So we would like to there's one more coming up in the next year where we will be providing this facility to another country as well. So what we're looking at is the possibility of working with multiple governments in Africa, providing an investment climate so that investors are able to go back and invest into those countries so that electricity can be generated. So GSF, the Global Solar Facility, is one of those. And we're also working with governments who can provide input and seed money into these facilities, which will go into Africa and to Southeast Asia. So people are able to actually invest with confidence. So the more investments come. And the last point I want to also do is we have a regulatory support mechanism, a unit that provides exclusive regulatory support to the governments and being able to tweak their act, the Energy Act. I'm aware of at least 2 to 3 countries among our member states who are now working with our team in being able to tweak the Energy Act, the legislation, to make it more investor friendly. So it's not just the risk, but it's also about the legislation that is there, that's prevalent in the country, and being able to provide that support to the government in enabling the government to be able to tweak the legislation, their policies, and the framework, so investments become a lot more easier for international companies to come in and invest. After this.
All right, thank you so much. It's been an interesting session. I've learned so much. One of the most interesting thing also is the fact that my country, Nigeria, is a member and signatory to the ISA. I am from the civil society. I work basically with these communities that are the front line of climate change vulnerability. One of such communities is coal mining community, where we advocate that they move from dirty energy and we give them high hope in renewable energy. We also advocate in forest-dependent communities, where these people are into energy poverty and they rely solely on their forest to get their fuel. And now they are sure that I am coming to COP, and they are also sure we are coming to deliberate here. Now returning to these people, listening to you on these solutions that are on ground, what do we tell them? What do we do moving from this place as civil society? Because when you go to this community, there is no trace of anything called renewable energy. They are still living in energy poverty and they are still depending on dirty energy. So what are we proposing from here as action when we go back to these communities? Thank you.
I'm going to let Joshua talk about the renewable energy bit, I think, because it's probably most appropriate. But I wanted to pick up your point around front line of climate as well, and communities being on the front line of climate. I actually think, we've talked mainly about mitigation, but the adaptation question, and actually there being a partnership between all different actors in a given locality to become more resilient to the changing climate is really important. And it's something that we're focusing ever more on, that we have very good data for what the climate's going to do around our operations, dependent on the various temperature trajectories we're on. And of course, as we all know, that's a very localized thing. It will be very different in different places, but there's no point in us keeping that to ourselves. We're working with governments, we're working with local communities to say, well, these are the trends that we're seeing, and what is it that we can do together to make this place, this region, more resilient to that changing climate. So I would say that that's a really important thing that should happen everywhere. We don't operate in Nigeria, of course. I'm not familiar with those places, but the same principle, I think, should apply. And actually we know the climate is changing and it's going to continue to change, even if we manage to bend the curve to 1.5 degrees. So actually we need to be we need to be as prepared as we can for that changing climate.
So I picked it up from you that you said you're from the civil society. One of those key programs that civil societies today take up is advocacy. So advocacy works wonders, and I've seen that. So what I would suggest, if I were you, what I'd do is look for exemplars where there have been success stories, try and replicate it among the communities you live. And we as intergovernmental agencies will cooperate and work with your governments, and Nigeria is a member state, and be able to deploy those successful exemplars as marquee projects where you live and where in your countries as well. Hope that answers your question. I have time for two more questions. The lady here and then gentleman behind her. And with that, we'll close this.
Thank you very much for the very interesting talk. I'm happy to see that critical minerals is a bit more on the agenda at COP than it was in the previous years. My question revolves around the question of what policymakers should do. So we have countries globally with loose regulations and very strict regulations. And in the countries with loose regulations, it's often the most vulnerable communities suffering from the social and environmental impacts from mining. But also in countries with high regulations, we have injustices happening in the context of mining, like Rio Tinto accidentally blowing up an indigenous site in Australia. So my question would be, and then again, mining companies do complain about very strict regulations, not only slowing down but making their life difficult in terms of actually conducting responsible resource management. So my question would be, what do you expect, or what would you hope policymakers could do? How could they support you best in conducting mining in the most responsible way?
Yeah, so two different bits I wanted to pick there, because you started talking about critical minerals and policies, and I thought you might be going into the area of classification of critical minerals. So let me just take that first, because it's one of my hobby horses, which I actually think those lists are well, kind of misguided, because they essentially put one bucket of minerals in a good bucket and another bucket of minerals in a bad bucket, and it doesn't make any sense, because for every single decarbonization technology you're going to need, steel is the most important metal. All those others, really, is that still working, or is it my headphones that are going off? Okay, it's just my headphones, cool. All the other metals are really, but they are useless without steel. Is my microphone dying?
It's in and out. Could there be another mic? Because it's going in and out.
You're blocking the antenna with your hand. So what? My hand is a antenna blocker. So sorry, I was just going to say that there's this I think it leads to misguided policy making, because you're drawing artificial distinctions. And actually, there was a question before about value chains. Value chains are incredibly complicated and interrelated. And the minute that you start saying one bit of that value chain is okay and another bit is not okay, you're making things complex in a way that most policymakers won't understand. And it just puts friction in the wheels. So that isn't to say you should just say everything is fine, but you should be much, much more sophisticated in the definition of what is good and what is not. I think from a regulatory perspective, look, whatever the regulation, companies will get stuff wrong. And actually, there's a bit around saying when you get it wrong, you got to do something to make it right again. I would say, I don't work for Rio Tinto, and I'm not a spokesperson for Rio Tinto, but they've actually done an enormous amount to kind of realize and be very humble about what they got really wrong, and they've changed very significantly. That won't mean that they won't make another mistake. And I don't think having perfect regulation stops a company making a mistake. What I think is really important is not assuming that there are countries out there that haven't got really good regulatory frameworks already. And I say this in the nicest, I'm a former diplomat from the UK, so I'll say this in the way I best possibly can. There are certain countries in Northwest Europe who think that they know better than others in this space, when actually those other countries have very well-developed mining sectors that have been operating for decades, and there's a lot of learning that can be taken from there. And I would say most companies would not complain about high standards. They would complain about changing standards, because mining is a very, very long-term business. It's very capital intensive. If you start changing the rules part way through, then you change the business case dramatically, and that makes it impossible to really do proper business. So I think it's about consistency, and it's about, as much as possible, keeping a standard that's clear, understandable, and transparent for the long term.
I could also partly answer that. I come from a life, my previous life was the regulator. I had a regulator report to me. And this was for a smaller land state. So we had these rich mining companies coming in and investing, Canadian companies investing millions, if not billions, into mining businesses. So the country badly required that investment into it. So you have the Ministry of Trade push for it, while the Ministry of Environment pulling back and say, these are the things that we need to do. So the approach I took was that to encourage the regulator to be able to provide a supporting role in being able to say, now, exactly what Jonathan was saying is, mining companies do not wantingly break the law. It's the speed they require, and of course, they're commercial. So a supportive structure put in place from the regulators and policymakers helps them, because then you handhold them through the process and put them in place and make sure the change is done well in advance, and they're trained in the change and they are familiarized with the change. So you make it easy. So what happens is then it's a win-win for both the government, the Ministry of Trade, and for the Ministry of Environment. Both policymakers are happy, and the mining company goes away happy too. But that's an ideal scenario. Mistakes do happen. We do have problems. We find ourselves in the front page of the newspaper. Can't stop it. The last question.
Hello. Yeah, okay, I'll take my headphones off. That was right. That was definitely weird. Okay, so my question is more on the technical side of things. You mentioned the projects in Chile and Peru with a desalination project and with the 90 kilometers of pipelines. And my question is more about, how do you reconcile some of maybe the losses in operational or resource recovery because of the worse grade of water or the mineral contaminants in the water, with the intention of doing a better service for the community? So do you just take on the added cost of higher operational costs, or do you maybe take it a step further and invest even more capital in maybe water recycling and reusing facilities? Thank you.
It's that's a question that could take months to answer fully, and so let me do it. We've got about 2 minutes. And I think the simple point I'd make is that it's never that binary a choice. You know, if I go to the Quellaveco example, which is the Peru example with the pipelines and the diverted rivers and various other infrastructure we've built, the project wouldn't have happened without that. So it's almost binary in the sense that that mine will probably operate for 50, 60 years. And we'll be making revenue for 50, 60 years. And you're basically not having that revenue if you don't do that work. I mean, I'm making it a bit more black and white than it is, but I think it's that sort of calculation. And similarly in Chile, what the guys did when they developed that system was actually thought through all of the various different options that could possibly work. And this was the one they thought was the most sustainable. And sustainable not only from a community and an environmental perspective, but from a financial perspective as well. So you look at all different aspects and come out with the best model, and that tends to mean adapting for the various vectors that you're working to. To my knowledge, and I'm not an expert in copper processing, the quality of water doesn't affect the grade that you produce. I'm seeing someone nodding behind as if they might know better than me. I don't know if you do, but so the reason you can take that water, I mean, the quality of water that we all want to drink and that you want to use for food production and what have you is a completely different level of water that you need for copper production.
All right, Jonathan, thank you so much for your time. I mean, there was so much we could learn as a group together. I mean, I wish we could keep talking, discussing a little more. Time's run out. And thank you all for joining us today and participating in this, so much of learning that we did together. I hope we are able to take home learnings from here and see how we could put them to use back in where we live. Thank you so much again.
Good afternoon. So, as I um, invite you, good afternoon, everyone. So, just before I start off with the presentation, this is just a context setting presentation. I just wanted you all of you to wear this headphone that is provided to you, and there is a white button. If you can long press it, it will get on automatically because the whole venue is promoting silence. So this will help you to listen to the presentation. So welcome all of you. And this is just a thank you ISA for giving me this opportunity to actually set the context of its very interesting panel that we are going to have on promotion of the solar in the global south. So just as I have a short presentation which might actually take like 10 minutes or so. So can you just have the presentation on board? So yeah. So as we all have been discussing, and there has been a lot of, I think the print as well as the global media has been focusing that this COP is going to be focusing on the finance issues. But at least from the global south perspective, it's not just the finance, it is basically the energy transition issues that we are going to talk about. And I have just used finance as a lever to actually attain those energy transition goals. So yeah. So what we have already is the, just as a setting the context, these are the NDCs which already the countries, all the countries of the, which are present over here has actually discussed. And you will see that the left-hand panel, the yellow bar is actually what we, if we actually fulfill the NDCs, that is the level that we are going to have. And then there are these global, the EMDs and the other global south parties which has actually projected their NDCs. But interestingly, if we need to meet the left-hand side, what we need to have is basically the current and the future projections of the NDCs, which basically say that you need to increase your ambition by quite a bit. So what we actually have over here, except for China, who is meeting almost its target NDCs, rest of the world, including the developed countries, have to up the ante, up their game. What essentially does it mean is that both in Asia Pacific and in Latin America and North and other African geographies has to grow substantially. And this growth is not just capacity addition. This will actually mean several other things as we go along in this thing. So just as a context, setting the overall thing is that if we are actually going to add on the basic add-on, not just the ambition, the real add-on is your green bars, which is being shown. So every geography except for China, you see what we are having now, and the green bar is actually up above. So there is this gap which needs to be met to meet the NDCs, and the way to meet it is basically your $3 trillion USD by 2030 per year, which is required. This is the NK Singh and Larry Summers committee report, which they have basically said, and very categorically they have identified where does the finance and which type of finance needs to flow to meet this gap. Now, I'm not getting into the details. Just one of the main thing of this is that the private finance is seen as a motivator done through the public financing. So when I say public financing, it actually says every kind of finance that is not public, not private, just for the sake of understanding very layman's language. Now, as I said, it is basically the multiplier effect that the public financing getting is where the private finance can actually play its role. Unless and until we have both of them at a considerable rate, we won't be able to meet this $3 trillion target. Now, if that is to be met, through public and private financing, what we actually see in the current context, these market scenarios and everything. This is the IA report 2023, which actually talks about how costly is capital in different geographies. And you will see all these group of countries, which is in the left-hand corner, which includes most of your developing countries, including Pakistan, Nigeria, South Africa, Indonesia, and all of them, including Brazil and Mexico. All their capital is costing high than the developed countries like Germany and United States and all of you. So this actually, the estimated capital is almost like double the cost of capital that is happening in the global south as compared to the global north. That's a very major thing. If you need to meet 3 trillion, then you are stuck over here. Your cost of capital is high. Your ambition needs to be high. Then how do you meet it? That's the problem that we are facing. And to break it further down, what we actually have is that, like, we have actually seen gradual fall in the gap as well as a gradual fall, which is shown by the next slide. Over here, between 2010 and 2021, there is actually a fall of 35% in the clean energy by all these EMDs and all the MDBs and all of those public financing considered. So this is where we are stuck. So you have the ambition at one level, you have the actions needed at one level, as well as the capital needed or finance needed at one level. Then you are over here, which is the gap that is emerging, and the private financing needs to the public financing needs to unlock this thing. This is the precise point that I want to make, is that we need to unlock this whole thing. And doing so, if we just get back to a step back, how the MDBs, which we often talk about, these are the major facilitators of the private financing in the world of clean energy, how they are performing. They're not at all performing to the level that they wanted to perform. So this is where we kind of facing, and I hope this panel will actually talk about taking into consideration what is happening inside the rooms of the negotiations, as well as what we are observing from outside, is that these are the key issues which I actually kind of highlighted, not as a robust one, but at least can touch upon this. One is definitely the risk to capital, because everywhere it has been said that in developing countries, there is a high risk to investment in the clean energy sector. That is one point. Second is that how do we access the technology? Because capital and technologies go hand in hand. If you don't have capital, you don't have the technologies, and not just the current technologies, you need the technologies for the future as well, which will actually amplify your adoption of clean energy as well as in RE. One other thing is that regulatory and policy issues. How do we actually make them aligned so that more investment or more private capital comes in, as well as there are other sources of capital that can also flow. And finally, the business models, because this is very important. When we talk about business models, not just large scale ones, but also the small scale ones, because the global south is consisting of a large amount of people who has been typically the lowest of the bottom pyramid, reside in the lowest of the bottom. So how do you facilitate those business models? That are also very important. And then through all of these things, we need partnerships, collaborations, and cooperations. All of these things are different types and nature, and they have their own taxonomies. How do we actually facilitate this? So I end over here and invite Karan to introduce the panel and then take forward the discussion. Over to you, Karan.
Thank you. Thank you, Tirthankar. Thank you for this context-setting presentation. And thank you, everyone, for joining this at a lunch hour. And, seeing a full room here tells us about the importance of this topic. Let me invite my panel to join me here on this side of the room. Varad, Jay, Alin, Chadia, and Tirthankar, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Energy transitions, one size does not fit all. And very, very recently, the International Solar Alliance we have embarked on this journey on looking at unleashing the role of solar from a environment, economic, and a social standpoint. And the Boston Consulting Group had helped us put this analysis together. And what we see is that countries could be divided into 4 archetypes. There are the high-income countries, the emerging economies, the least developed countries, and the small island states. And the energy transition, characteristics are different across these 4 archetypes, which need nuanced understanding of the issues as well as nuanced solutions. So I have a very, very distinguished panel here to touch upon a variety of aspects and deliberate on the issues that Tirthankar had put out. So to exercise my role as the moderator, I was hoping to go in order of seating, starting with a minute of an overview of introducing yourself and in your area of work, what is your view of energy transition, particularly from a global south. And then I have direct questions for all of you as well. Bharat, over to you.
Thanks so much. Fantastic to be here. I think both institutionally, it's been great for BCG to partner with you at ISA. And personally, your DG, Ajay Mathur, is a long-standing mentor. When I was in government almost 14, 15 years ago, famous Copenhagen Accord of 2009, the Cancun Summit of 2010, he was a shining teacher, I would say, as I was beginning this journey. And it's great to see what you all have built over the last few years in terms of taking this agenda forward. So firstly, let's just start with that. I am a partner at Boston Consulting Group. We are a global consulting organization. Over the last 5 or 6 years, have really doubled down on helping address the climate problem, both mitigation and adaptation. We work across with companies, regions, governments, and organizations like ISA on various aspects of the problem. Personally, I work a lot on climate finance mobilization. I really believe outcomes follow finance. And I think the solve, if there is a solve to this, is really to try and crack the financing puzzle. I'd love to go into that a little bit deeper with you.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm Jay Asundi. I am the executive director at a think tank in India called C-STEP. We work on three grand challenges. One is India's clean energy transition. Second is on clean air for all. And the third one is on what we call sustainable, secure futures. I think I'll just talk about the first grand challenge, which is about clean energy transition. One of the things that we've been doing over the past decade or more has been working on renewable energy for energy access in India. And I will say that the early start of some of the solar related work for us has been on looking at the policy framework that would be needed for greater uptake of solar. And we are talking about a time when the price of solar was about 15 to 20 rupees per unit. And now it is a third or even, a fourth of that particular number. And you'll see that over this period of time, we have seen how the policy framework has also changed, because earlier it was all about providing greater amount of subsidy to then finding absolute sort of sites for solar, and then moving towards now, I think, better frameworks through which evacuation capacity is built for solar or renewable energy on the whole. So overall, I will say that it has been quite an exciting time over this past decade to see the progress of solar energy or renewable energy in the Indian landscape. And I hope to see more of that kind of development happening in many of the developing countries beyond India also. So I'll just stop there and we can talk more about it later.
Hi, thank you so much for the invitation. It's really lovely to be here. So my name is Charia Abreu. I am currently an advisor for energy regulation and climate solutions for the Ministry of Energy and Mines of the Dominican Republic. But I've had the privilege to work in Argentina and California, also government positions, developing policy frameworks for basically the development or the insertion of newer technologies and more renewable energies. And I think just building on the policy point that my colleague was bringing, I think we say many times, like, there's no one size fits all for energy transitions. But I think when it comes to policy, this is a really important point, because we're going to talk a bit more about this, that there's like feed-in tariffs, like subsidies, tax breaks. It's like when you see it on a macro level, it's very similar, but when you go to the implementation phase, you understand how relevant the people, society, how the private sector, how the civil society, how everyone reacts to these different incentives. So I think now I'm working a lot on this implementation phase, and it's been really, really interesting to see how what worked for Argentina or what worked for California or what worked for Chile, it's just really not working for the Dominican Republic. And when you start asking why, and when you start answering those questions with collaboration with all different sectors, is when I think you start finding solutions. And before I pass the mic, I just want to give a shout out to the International Solar Association, because I think this is precisely what they were doing, bringing everyone together to the same table to have this type of conversations.
Thank you. That's very nicely put, actually, Chadia. Karan, thank you for inviting us. So I'm Nalin Agarwal. I'm one of the co-founders of an organization called the Climate Collective. We're India-based, but we have a global South focus increasingly. My own journey has been, I was a solar developer for 5 years between 2010 and 2015. So really when solar started kind of growing in India is when we got into the space. Very exciting times for us. Small community became a large community. It's extremely sophisticated sector now. And you know, it's very nice to see it grow like that. 2016 onwards, the same partners in the solar company, we started what eventually became Climate Collective, which is now the largest organization in India that supports climate tech startups in India. So this is everything to do from pre-seed up till Series A. So the way I look at it when I put on my developer's hat is, previously we were working very much on the deployment of technology, commercialized technology. Now we've come upstream and we work on supporting early stage technology development, right? So that's a nice framework to kind of, at least for me, see where I stand today.
So as Bharat was, I'm Tirthankar, I work for WRI and India. So as Bharat was pointing out, that's a very interesting way to actually put the whole context together, because Dr. Mathur is like teacher for many of us. I remember when he was very passionately discussing about and getting through the climate technology architecture in the UNFCCC. So he was one of the leading from the front. So having said that, I basically WRI has a long-standing relationship with the ISA. We are the partners, and we actually did few of the very early stage assessment of how the markets and how different are the markets in different geographies, and what could be the action plan for the ISA. But after that, for energy transition in the WRI context, or at least to me, it's basically the bottom of the pyramid. Unless and until you solve that bottom of the pyramid problem, like creating business models for the people, by the people, or at least adopted by the people more, so we are not going to solve the problem. So that is where WRI is actually focusing most of the focus in terms of this solar and decentralized energies and all of those things. There are other verticals of the work which focus on energy efficiency, both for industrial and consumer, household consumer level. And there are these other topics around the grid and the whole elephant in the room, the DISCOMs for the utilities in this whole context. So this is how WRI works in the energy transition, and happy to talk more on as and when comes.
No, thank you. Thank you, everybody. And, you know, the International Solar Alliance is now 120 member and signatory countries strong. All of our member and signatory countries are at various stages of energy transition. There are some who are figuring out what to do, some who are getting into the how part. So understanding problems, the knowledge in the analytics, the implementation models, the financing models, all of them come together. Varad, you were modest in your introduction. You have played multiple roles across the years. Having been in the Environment Minister's office in the Government of India, to investment banking, and now to hardcore consulting. How do you see all of these different pieces coming in together as newer commercial models for adoption are surfacing?
Thanks. And I have the privilege of making the first remarks, but a lot of good remarks have already been made, which makes my life a little bit easier. I will just start by saying, this is not a renewable energy issue. In fact, it's not even just a climate issue. I think we are discussing the issue of societal transformation, right? As Tirthankar, you were saying, people have to be heart and center of this. We have got to make that change happen. So I think we need to see it in that light. And the analogy I really like, Karan, is the analogy of an orchestra, where there are many people playing many instruments, but the sound is profound and beautiful. The symphony is beautiful, right? And I think we need a similar mindset here. So maybe just talking about 5 actors, which I think are critical. Some of them you're familiar with, some maybe somewhat different. But obviously there's the government, which has to play the role of the right policy frameworks, the right, maybe even catalytic capital that you talk about in the report that we've just launched, and really creating the environment in a segmented way to make the investments happen, right? Then, of course, there are investors, and you talked about it a little bit, different types of investors for different stages to make this happen. We need the really risk-taking impact investors or patient capital to get things off the ground. Thankfully, we have many of those, and it's a rising tide. But we also need the big capital from private equity and larger financial institutions to come to play when we want to scale all of this stuff, right? So that's the second. The third is, of course, your project developers, can be public or private sector, and I think we all know that piece. But I think there are 2 other stakeholders which are quite important, which I wanted to add. One is, I think, the central banks. And I say that because central banks, I think, have 2 or 3 very important roles here. One is just creating, getting the financial sector in their countries to think about mobilizing capital in this direction. And I think there's also research to show now that by bringing attention to climate risk, you can actually get climate finance to move more in the direction of renewables. So that's another important role they have to play. And the third role they have to play is, unlocking currency hedging solutions for countries, emerging economy countries. Your slide showed it very clearly. The real problem here is the cost of capital that 3 of your 4 segments in the framework face. And a lot of that is going to be linked to how do we ensure foreign capital to come. And a lot of that will be linked to the question of currency hedging, given the depreciation challenge we have in emerging markets. I think central banks can play an important role in this directly, but also through galvanizing their role in the international financial sector, working closely with BIS, IMF, etc., to really make that happen. I truly believe that unlock is very, very important. So central banks, not talked about that often in these conversations, I think are quite important. And lastly, I would say just civil society organizations, right? Because we all use the term quite loosely around the just transition, but we got to make the business models work for the people. For the smallest MSME, we got to make the adoption, work for communities. And we need to make sure that those who are going to lose out from the transition are adequately compensated. So the role of, I think, civil society last mile organizations to raise those voices, present what will actually work is quite critical. So I think these are 5. And then, of course, there's the master of the orchestra, which I think the organization like ISA have to play, which is how do you bring all these pieces of the puzzle together? These posters you have here, the demonstration projects that you do, the knowledge building that you do, I think really, and, basically helping that matchmaking happen and ensuring that the orchestra sings together is really important. And I think a lot of that is happening. I think the question is, can we fasten the tempo of this orchestra so we can get to our targets faster? Because, time is running out for where we need to get to.
No, thank you, Varad. And I think you bring in the proposition of scale as well as the speed at which these have to be implemented. Technology plays a huge role in this particular area of clean transitions. And Jay, over the years, eStep has done some amazing work around this. I recall the drone-based survey that you had done to assess all the rooftop area for the solar EPC providers to understand how this, giving them like an atlas of sorts. Can you share a few more insights on, especially in the global south, on the role of technology and its specific nuances in different countries, to help implement and understand the viability of these business models, Jeff?
Yeah, thank you for that. So let me start with something that we did about almost a decade ago. And I think that's a fairly good place to start, because I think I liked Varad's concept of ISA being this orchestrator, because I think it's important that we take lessons from one place to the other and figure out what works in each of these local geographies. The most important thing I will start with is what we worked on, what we call the Renewable Energy Atlas. And I think that is something that most countries should be working on, because when you are looking at developing a renewable energy roadmap for any country or for any region, you'll need to particularly understand what parcels of land are available for renewable energy, whether it is available for evacuation of power through the transmission lines which are already existing, because to build new transmission lines only for renewable energy is rather expensive. So the idea is, how do you maximize the infrastructure that's already there? In countries where that is not there, then there's of course an opportunity to figure out which are the ones that will minimize your costs when it comes to those things. So the first part on the technology is of course the mapping. The second one is what Tirthankar talked about, is the various types of modules, the various types of technologies that go into that. And then, of course, coming up with new innovative ways. So I think the part that you talked about on the drone mapping, or what we actually started with LiDAR mapping of all rooftops, that works for the rooftop photovoltaic system. But if you're looking at large solar or large wind, you have to think about renewable energy atlases across large swaths of land, which connect to renewable energy infrastructure or through the to the grid infrastructure. So to me, when I think about this problem, there's this orchestration required, right? Because you need this financing, but the financing will come provided the risk is low enough. Now, the blind side would be the technical risk that associated with certain types of installations or facilities. And this is where one has to be really careful, because something that might seem very good on paper, on the ground, you suddenly find out that there are either social aspects related to setting up of a solar plant in those places, or it could also be ecological aspects. I mean, we are talking about climate and we're talking about climate saving. We have to also think about the ecological aspects. And that is something that has started to come up in many of the places. And we find that renewable energy locations need to be very careful that we do not actually create new problems that from what we are trying to solve. And I think, which is where I think our current, as far as eStep is concerned, we are putting a lot of effort on rooftop, simply because we feel that if power is consumed where it is generated, it is the most efficient, and it's the best way to think about it into the future. So I'll stop there and maybe take question and answers later on this subject.
No, Jay, that you raise a great point, because with the around 800 million people that lack access to formal energy and electricity, and who are reliant on natural ecosystems, solar does provide that solution. Solar works very well in tandem with natural ecosystems, the decentralized renewable energy ones. But all of this, for this orchestra, taking cue from Varad's, address, facilitative regulatory frameworks has a very important role to play. Shadia, let me move over to you. As a lawyer practicing in the Latin American region, and through your experiences there, what role have facilitative regulatory frameworks and policies played there? What are the challenges that you face, particularly from the policymakers as well as the consumer's point of view? So over to you.
Thank you so much. As I was listening to the panel, I was actually reflecting on how much the policy process has changed in the past 10 years. I know I look young, but 10 years. So now when you talk about policy, when you have someone that comes to you and says, I want to work in policy, it's not necessarily government. Like most companies have policy departments, think tanks, the civil society plays a crucial role in this regulatory frameworks. And the truth is like no one knows the technology more than the company or the person who's developing the technology. No one understands the cost of capital more than the group that is developing these things. And there's always this saying that regulation goes behind technology, is always lagging behind. And I think sometimes people don't realize how hard it is when you are on the government side to balance all this interest that are around you. And I think the example of Dominican Republic, it's really interesting because we have a president that just got reelected, and he had in this mind, doesn't have a technical background, but he knew that the way forward was green. That's the only thing he knew. And he was like, what do we have to do to make sure that we double our capacity of renewable energy, which we have? But the interesting thing is like, we had this strategy, which is like, okay, we're going to sign PPAs based on this price of reference. And now we're starting to see the consequences of doing these policies without a detailed planning process. Because now we double, since 2020, we double our installed capacity, and it's going to double again by 2025. And now we're starting to see that without storage, then curtailment is going to be the only solution. So I think bottom line, it's the most important thing is like to have everyone involved in the process, make sure that these decisions are cost effective, because at the end of the day, someone has to pay for it. It's either the ratepayers or the taxpayers. And I think to a third point is my colleague mentioned climate finance. I think sometimes you need to understand that there are some issues that need to happen for this world to be open. And I am thinking especially about transmission. We have so many initiatives that talk about climate finance. None of them would finance a transmission line, because for whoever board of investors, I mean, it is true that once the electron is in the transmission line, there's no way to separate what's green. But you need that for the opening or the unlocking of these renewable energies. And I think this is something that we have to transmit to the financing people, because there are some like issues around it that we need to make sure they are concrete. And from the government, we see those things. So it's choosing what is the best way to move forward. So I'll stop there again. It's just like a very long topic, but very open to questions.
Shadia, thank you. Thank you very much. And one of the key takeaways that I take from your remarks right now is the role of policy in nudging behavior and incentivizing the people who know their stuff to take this forward. And that gives me a good segue to get to Nalin. Nalin, having built the new energy nexus over the years and now building an entire new initiative in the climate tech community via the collective, and also looking at the pre-series of fund, etc. You have a pulse of the entrepreneurs. You've also been keenly involved with the International Solar Alliance Solar X Startup Challenge, especially around how they're looking at business models and refining them and going forward. How do you see these opportunities coming in together on incentivizing the startup ecosystem?
So thank you. So I'll take a broader view, and then but my comments will be also informed by my experience largely in India. So just taking a step back from your question, again, I'll take that framework about technology deployment as a second stage of technology development, right? One thing we've seen operating in various different countries at different levels of energy transition is that Sometimes we've tried grassroots interventions for technology development when there hasn't been significant technology development. That doesn't work very well, right? So one model that has worked oftentimes is that you take commercial technology, start deploying it, and that leads to increasingly an entrepreneurial ecosystem that can support that deployed technology, right? And that leads to other kinds of technologies. Now, if I take the example of India, we have a fairly sophisticated technology deployment ecosystem, right? So whether you mentioned EPCs, developers, the IPPs, the financiers, both on the equity and debt side, right? Now, on the technology development side, right? When we started in 2016, there was probably around 30 or 40 startups in India, actually climate tech, right? Not doing, let's say, microgrids and all, pure climate tech, right? Today, there's about 3,500, close to 4,000, if you go by government data, right? So that's been a nice trajectory, consistent and sustained trajectory of growth, right? And we've seen a very nice enabling ecosystem come up, right? Of accelerators, of patent transfer offices, of industries that are looking to decarbonize. Next year, we'll have 3 kind of drivers: CBAM, ICM, carbon markets. We have carbon pricing, and also reporting, sustainability reporting, right? So increasing pressure on industries to decarbonize. You have subnational policymakers coming into the fray as well. So state level policy, not just central level. And then, of course, the venture capital. So angels, venture capital investors, as well as private equity, right? So all of this is coming together in a way that's not fully stable, but it's emerging. It's going in the right direction, right? Now, the question is, why should we even support startups, right? That's a question we often ask ourselves. Technology development is the aim, but why even startups, right? And there's a three-pronged reason for that, right? The first emerges from actually IEA research that tells us that nearly 3/4 of the technologies that are needed to get us to net zero by 2050 to 2070 are still in early stages of development, right? So one is that you have technology that are in early stages of development. Second is increasing data over the last 20 years that tells us that startups, small bands of highly motivated people coming together, high risk, high reward. They're very good at taking invention from the labs and translating that through innovation cycle to innovations that are deployable at scale and are affordable, right? So we have increasing research on that. And then the third one is for India, and for the US, at least we have data on this, is that net job creation in these countries have been by startups. So not SMEs, but traditional focus has been young companies. So we have to support young or new company formation rather than SMEs. So this is where we found that there's a strong rationale for supporting startups. The kinds of innovation we're seeing across deep tech, which is transformational, as well as incremental tech or business model innovation, are many. In the energy space, we're seeing in the solar space, plant performance optimization, forecasting, scheduling. On the storage side, both electrochemical, non-electrochemical, at the grid scale, as well as distributed scale. Virtual power plants, distributed energy management systems, tons of these are coming about. And we're seeing this actually across global South countries. And it's important because, like you said, it has to be locally contextualized, adapted for local behavior and local context. So I'll stop here.
Thank you, Nalin. And for people who aren't aware, the International Solar Alliance runs an entire program for enabling the startup ecosystem. We successfully executed the Africa edition last year and have gone ahead and also completed the edition for the Asia Pacific region this year. Nalin has been a partner on that. Do you want to quickly touch upon that part as well?
Yeah, sure. So Karan mentioned the Solar X Startup Challenge is actually there. So it's a good idea to look at that later. But yeah, I mean, we had first African focus, about a few hundred startups from all across Africa. Africa is obviously not a homogeneous entity. There are many countries there who have their own unique challenges. And we came across very, very interesting solutions across, right? And now in APAC as well, a strong deal flow across, these are all transitioning grids. APAC has a lot of like island communities as well. So they're coming up with very interesting distributed solutions. So very happy with the work that ISA is doing on that front.
No, thank you. Tirthankar, moving over to you. As ISA working across so many countries, and of course, as Nalin was mentioning, it's not homogeneous. also the stages of transition are very, very different. With you at the helm of affairs, the Energy Policy Department at WRI India, you have seen policies evolve, policies not performing as planned. So from a think tank point of view, where do you think are the next opportunities or also areas where we could do better in analytics?
I think actually a very good point to get on to the next level, like where we are talking about speed, scale, and scope, right, of both finance as well as technology, and particularly from the access side. So one of the things that I think the next level of work needs to happen is basically we need to think solar not as a ownership based model, like, right, most of the policies across many of the countries, be it rooftop solar, be it microgrid, or any kind of those DRE or any kind of applications, they are basically thought of as a ownership based model. If you don't own a rooftop solar, you can't actually have an access to like green energy, right? But at the end of the day, this bottom of the pyramid, or at least 50% of the solution population and the MSMEs, micro and small industrial entities, they don't have the wherewithal, both capital as well as knowledge wise, to get a solar light or get a solar system on their roof or whatever. So we need actually to move from a ownership based model to a reliable electricity service based model. And that is where more and more policies needs to come in. One of the things that India has already done is basically your green energy, green open access, which actually leads to giving you specialized tariff for getting on demand renewable energy. Basically, if you have consuming 100 units, you can actually say to the grid that I want 50% of my consumption to be green. So based on that, your tariff could be adjusted. I think a lot of work needs to happen on that front, because there is only one model which has been deployed across the world, and there is a huge literature about how that model has failed. Basically, it's a premium. So if you are actually getting a renewable energy, the grids are actually putting a premium on getting a grid energy. I don't think that's the correct model to go forward. Lot of work has to happen, and there is on the failures of it, there is actually like tons of literature which has already there. So I think that's the major part of the work which we need to focus on. That actually lead to my first point, which I said, that scale, scope, and speed. If you have these kind of models, or at least like you basically unlock the reduction propensity to reduce risk in the energy sector, both for the low income population and the entities, as well as for the larger sector as well, because these large capital also feel how they are going to pay, at least. Because for a farmer in India or any other developing South, if 1/3 of its disposable income is actually gone for EMI or more than that, he or she won't be able to get to the solar. It will be an indebted, vicious circle of indebtedness that we are waiting. And that's where the business model fails, actually, because they don't take into account the disposable income that the farmer actually has in its hand. If you have 5,000 or something 10,000 odd rupees in your hand, and half of you is paying for EMI, a farmer will never pay it, because he has other things to take care of, right? So I think that is where you need to change your perception about how much ability to pay, because we don't calculate ability to pay based on consumption side, rather than we take it from the ROI perspective and rate and the number of years that is. That's the second area. And the third area, which I will end over here, is for this, is that the public financing support ideas should actually change. It's not just tax and subsidies. How do you basically create innovative incentive models, right? So that is one area which will actually bring down the cost of capital for everybody, for both the large part as well as the smaller segment of things. So I end over here, stop over here, open to other questions.
No, thank you, Tirthankar. And that actually is a great lead into the next round. questions that I had for all of you. One thing that I take away from all the panelists here is that nudging behavior towards, cleaner energy transitions, incentivizing the right thing to do, and moving towards making the most environmentally friendly energy option the most affordable is what we are all working towards. India has a great example from the Bureau of Energy Efficiency Star Labeling Scheme, where you were rating appliances on the efficiency level, but actually that became the brand. So with that in mind, let me go over one more question each for all of the panelists. Well, let me start with you again. You spoke about innovative finance models, and you also touched upon, mitigating the currency, the hedging against the currency risk part. What kind of financing models do you think can work in unlocking some of these financing for solar related projects, in, let's say, green bonds, blended finance facilities?
Thanks, Karan. So maybe just starting, I think in the report that you've released, you estimated something like a 30 trillion investment requirement until 2050. This sounds like a very large number, of course, and it's not going to be, I think, it's very clear that governments alone will not be able to fund this, right? And so I think a lot of hope, even getting finance through green bonds and all, I think the fiscal space is going to be limited. So we need to think differently. We need to think out of the box. And I think that's why there's so much hope resting on this whole concept of blended finance, right? And I'm sure at least 20% of the conversations in this COP are about some aspect of finance and blended finance. The way I see it is that a lot has been already thought through on blended finance. There's a good sense of what are the instruments, all the way from concessional debt, concessional equity, guarantees, credit enhancements, technical assistance, all of these things, right? Results-based financing. The question now is, how do we get them implemented at scale? And so I think, if you ask me, honestly, there are two big barriers which are inhibiting the scaling up of blended finance. One is, I think, just the incentives of players and the mindset to think in a catalytic way, right? So I know in the report that you have launched, one of the key arguments you've made is that the government has to move from thinking itself as the primary funder to being the catalytic funder. So that's a mindset change. We are not attuned to be thinking, we think there's a project, it's so many $1 billion, I can put in so much, how do I do the capital stack, etc. Thinking as a catalytic funder is very different. It's to say, what's the minimum amount of concessional money I need to put in to maximize commercial capital to make this viable, right? So I think we need to change the mindset and incentive. And by the way, this is also a problem with the multilateral development banks, who are used to being, I think, mostly debt providers, concessional debt providers. And now they need to think to be catalytic finance providers. And that whole mindset change is very important. That's one challenge. And the other is, it's not just about the supply of capital, it's also about the pipeline of projects. So I think we need to think in each of the 4 segments of countries you've described in the report, think about how do we create a robust pipeline of fit for purpose projects that are financeable once we have the money. And if we can have some, models or templates, then this thing can actually scale faster. So I think we need to solve for incentives and mindsets of the funders, especially the concessional funders, and we need to solve for the pipeline problem. I'll give you 2 very quick examples of recent things we've been involved with, which give me hope. One is, we were involved with supporting Malaysia in writing their National Energy Transition Roadmap last year, launched by the Prime Minister. One of the most interesting things in that roadmap, which is in the public domain, is this idea of a national energy transition facility, where the government is putting in $400 million to start with, and has a plan to leverage that by a factor of 5 at least, to get the kind of investments in renewable energy projects and other projects over this decade. And the key thing there is, it's not just about the commitment of money, It's the commitment of keeping this as a professional arm's length entity so it can make the right investment decisions. And pipeline building is a core part of the role of that facility. So I think that's a great example. The other, by the way, I think is just, in India, and it's not solar, but it's EVs, where, Convergence Energy Solutions has really done a fantastic job in cracking the code on how do you actually get EV financing at scale, right? And that required a lot of hard work. It required figuring out what are the pain points of the different actors. It required thinking, how do we do a much larger procurement to reduce the cost of the buses? So moving from a procuring buses mindset to a transport as a service kind of mindset. And it required figuring out what is the right concessional guarantee fund that is really needed to raise the level of finance that goes into this. And they managed to unlock, I think, US-India funding to make that happen. So the point I'm making is the devil is always in the details, and we need to figure out the right fit for purpose vehicles that can unlock commercial capital by investing the right amounts of concessional capital. And this requires a lot more work in the next few years, but we can get there.
Thank you, Varun. And what I also understand is that there are many such orchestras within a larger orchestra. Jay, moving to you. What do you think is the broader technology outlook, especially from a solar tech point of view? Bifacial panels, of course, promoting cost decline of round the clock solar energy. Where do you think technology is going, and what are the key enablers towards?
Yeah, so Karan, I think what we are seeing right now is that the early development was typically the silicon solar cell, which was these large scale deployments, looking at gigawatt type facilities connecting to the grid. The next step has been on rooftop PV. Again, taking that scale, making it smaller, putting it on rooftops, providing that energy to people where they're consuming it. But I think as we move forward, there are two big things that will have to happen. One is, of course, there'll have to be a very clear understanding of what the capacity needs are in certain places, and make sure that the capacity that is put in place is correct, right? You do not want to have people putting in much larger capacities than they're actually consuming, because it will be just a waste of the capacity. The second one is also on what is the type of energy consumption that's going on. I mean, everyone is talking about in the global south, there's going to be an increase in amount of cooling, right? Now, the question becomes, if you construct your buildings according to some designs that were defined for the northern climates, if you try to bring that to the south, yes, your cooling needs are going to get greater. So you need to start thinking about it from a slightly more comprehensive perspective, saying that, look here, we need to construct our buildings in a particular way that will reduce the amount of energy needs for either heating or cooling in those particular places. And then, of course, we have to start thinking about what we call as new and innovative solar applications. That is things like building integrated photovoltaics, looking at canal top photovoltaics, looking at agro PV. Those are different types of solar. And, you can also move that to, I would say, micro wind turbines, things like that, where you can increase the amount of renewable energy in certain places. But if it is done in a manner that is suitable to the needs of those communities, I think that is a very important thing that has to be looked at simultaneously. So while most technology will always say, oh, we are agnostic about where it is used, I think it is important to keep that in mind when you're designing the solutions, because then you will make sure that you do not build for overcapacity, and you do not, I mean, as it is, financing is so hard. You need to make sure that you put the finance to the best use, the best rate of return. And so you need to make sure that the needs as well as the technology matches with what you're trying to do.
Thank you, Jay. And I think you raise an important point that be it policy, be it finance, or be it technology, I think it has to be the community that has to be incentivized and involved in all your operations. But you made a point around the importance of the private sector involvement. Chadia, with your experience on regulatory frameworks, what do you think are these enablers to enhance private sector participation, especially around catalyzing solar adoption and attracting private sector investment? Your experiences in the Latin American region.
Thank you. Before you said that policy, it's driving behavior. And it got me thinking, because I actually, it's one of these existential questions that I have, whether it is the other way around, whether it is people and the private sector driving policies. And I recently realized that, in politics, not policy, the terms are very short. And how the political decisions are made is for the electorate to see their results before the other election period comes. So in the energy sector, results are usually long term. I mean, the processes, and when you see the prices coming down, or whichever goal you have with the project that you have, it's not something that you're going to see in 2 years. It's something that you're going to see in the long term. So I actually think the private sector plays a critical role in making sure that the government, no matter who the leader is, stays in place, and make sure that these things are long term. So touching on that point, and this is something I learned from California, and it's very close to my heart, is making sure that policy, or let's make a differentiation between policies and regulatory frameworks. Something, and what I was going to say, it's like California uses market-based approaches with this idea that policy and subsidies are not permanent. They have a goal until the market is viable enough for it to work by itself. And how do you achieve that? And this is a debate that I have internally with all my high-level decision makers in terms of storage. We are trying to think, okay, we need storage. What is the best way to do it? And everyone is like, okay, let's sign more PPAs, or let's give them more tax breaks, or let's do rebates. And I personally think the solution, that can be a part of the solution, of course, but the real solution is to create a regulatory framework that allows for storage to participate in the different market mechanisms that the country has. And that would also mean that there's going to have to be a big picture change on how you do market bidding, right? Now we have variable cost declaration. You're going to have bids where there is a cost of opportunity of whether the time that you dispatch the energy makes sense. So I think bottom line is, the government needs to send the right signals for the market to work itself. And I think the private sector is going to be an enabler and a catalytic in making sure that that happens and that stays in the long term.
Thank you, Chadia. And Nalin, moving over to you. You have, amongst all of us, you have the pulse of the startup. What, according to you, are the ecosystem enablers that are needed to accelerate them, to make them, to transition them from startups to large conglomerates?
Yeah, thank you. I think a lot of you have mentioned some of the things that are required at the macro level to change, but ultimately startups are businesses, and they will only scale if the business case for their solutions becomes feasible, right? So, and I've been a failed entrepreneur once myself in the solar business, right? The solar was booming sector, but we decided to step out because the market changed. It became largely a balance sheet finance game, not very interesting for us anymore, right? As entrepreneurs, we needed something more exciting, right? So from something that you could target 17-18% returns on to recycle your capital, we were down to bidding at 12-13%. It didn't make sense for us, right? So one thing is, if the market changes and you don't adapt, right, you don't survive. Two is, if the market doesn't change fast enough and you're too early in the game, right, you won't survive either, right? So timing, I mean, all the research that tells us about what works, what doesn't work, timing in market is is actually something that is beyond our control, but is the biggest factor in success of startup, right? So what can we do to make sure the market is ready, right? Some of these things are actually emerging. This is the approach we take is oftentimes um, we try to be like ecosystem orchestrators like ISA, right? But in the climate tech space, in the startup space, right? What does that mean? Do you need to be an ecosystem orchestrator at all, right? Lots of industries in India, whether it's e-commerce, logistics, etc., have come up without there being an ecosystem orchestrator, right? Is there need for orchestration? We believe there is, because this is a very different space. Climate is broad. It's also interdisciplinary. It also involves regulatory frameworks that are oftentimes complex, right? So not policy, like you've rightly said, it's very different. The regulations that govern your business are different from policy. Policy is overarching framework, and then you get to regulations and rules, right? So, and these differ by geography, even within a nation, right? So, making sure that that all the various actors within the climate tech ecosystem can work together requires orchestration, right? So one is we need more orchestration. Two is we need more enablers, right? These are patent transfer offices, accelerators, more investors, of course, right? I mean, climate tech, believe it or not, is now the fourth, depending on how you classify certain things, fourth or fifth largest in terms of sectors that attract VC capital. It's no joke. This wasn't the case even 7 years ago, right? And in India, it's number 3 or 4, right? Depending on how you classify. So it's not that things are not happening, right? We often are impatient, and rightly so. We should see action faster. Things are happening. Some of these things, there's often, I like to keep this thing in mind, is some technologies and some changes, we overestimate the impact in the short term, but we underestimate the impact in the long term, right? So oftentimes some of these technologies will take that trajectory, right? So I don't know if I've taken a roundabout way of answering this question, but I think we understand that there's few levers of change in the ecosystem that need to be focused on, ecosystem orchestration being one of them, right? Making sure various ecosystem enablers are able to interact and engage and collaborate better through the right tools and the right platforms, right? I think this goes a long way. Everything else is governed by the market, right? So that's how we see it.
Thank you, Nalin. And that brings me to the questions around partnerships and convening and bringing people with a variety of perspectives and also across sectors, together on the same table. At WRI Tirthankar, there's a lot of convening that you do across think tanks, private sector, and policy makers. What do you think is the role of partnerships, especially across the value chain, on exploring new models and enabling them further?
So I'll make your task a little bit harder by saying, how do you take convenings to action? But I think this is a great example where we are having probably 100 convenings at the same time, but we need to move faster. So from your experience at WRI, so how do you go from convening to action?
Yeah, so I actually, at WRI, what we kind of take for granted is that government has only one lever to play. It's the control of finance, right? It doesn't have technology, it doesn't have anything else. So the way and then the other lever is to create facilitative environment for all, be it clean technology, be it anything. It just if you think on a large scale, it either gives you different fiscal mechanisms so that finance gets unlocked, or it creates that facilitative mechanism. These are the only way which government, and coming back to and linking it to the convenings actually, is that we heard about technologies and we need future technologies in, be it any kind of RE, to meet the science-based target or at least the planetary limits. We need lots of future technologies. And the hard truth is that between technology readiness scales of 4 to 7, there is no financing at all, not even from the government. Thereby, the importance of convenings, or say, not just convenings, the actions becomes more important, because what we actually are doing in some parts of the world is that how do you actually create that existing financing? So using the learnings from the convening, saying that the insights that I provided, that 4 to 7 in the technology readiness level doesn't have any financing for the future or in the existing mechanisms, is a learning which we get from the various convenings. The actionable part is that how do you basically do it? So one of the thing is that which we are promoting, or at least changing the mindset, right? One of the way to do is that you get out of the subsidy business, because it doesn't give you scale, doesn't give you the speed as well. So get out of the subsidy business, think of new ways of financing or new ways of facilitating. One of the things that currently the MNRE as well as the NITI Aayog, they both are talking about creation of a sister fund for the energy transition as a whole, not identifying which energy to go, which technology to fund, but at least this sister fund will have several kind of roles to play. One of the role very prominently is to actually fund or facilitate these 4 to 7. So that's part of the action. The second is the learning which we got is that it's the unlocking part. We often talk about unlocking, but again, we talk about there are high risk to energy sector. Now, what the sister fund or these kind of funds, or even the facilitative fund of Malaysia government, which these can actually do is that they can actually pinpoint the particular risk to investment and just finance that, or just facilitate reduction the risk of that. So these are the few examples of like unlocking, and then the speed actually. So how do you actually bypass the various institutional thing, even though becoming a transparent thing? And then you basically deploy at scale using your financing or using your facilitative or any kind of, it involves all the stakeholders which are key to it. So these are, I stop over here and happy to answer more.
Thank you, Tirthankar. And I'm not even going to attempt to summarize these remarks at all. We have around 5 odd minutes left. Let me move over to the audience of if they have any questions, and if you could introduce yourself and direct it to a panelist. We'll be happy to take a couple of questions.
Hi, I'm Sanjay Gupta. I represent Jackson Group based out of India, Noida, to be precise. My question is, it's open to all the panelists. We talk about reducing the risk to reduce the cost of capital. And we are talking about empowering the 800 million people who don't have access to electricity. Distributed energy systems is probably one of the easiest solutions to give access to electricity, but the risk also increases at the same time. So how do you address this at a policy level so that the cost of capital doesn't become a hindrance to deploy such technologies?
I think it's great to hear that from somebody who's trying to solve these problems. I think that's where the promise of blended finance comes in, right? And in this particular example that you're giving, what is the risk that you as a potential investor is facing? It's going to be around some sort of non-payment of dues because of it's distributed. There are limited consequences of non-payment, etc. Right? So the right instrument from a blended finance lens would be some sort of a risk guarantee that can be triggered if there is non-payment of dues in that case. And that's where I think the government could come in, or somebody could come in. It doesn't have to be a large amount of money because it's a guarantee. But that would give you and developers like you a lot more confidence around making that investment. I think that's really the kind of, and of course, we need to price that guarantee and all of that stuff based on certain assumptions and probabilities. But I think that's exactly the kind of unlocks we are looking for when we talk about the promise of blended finance and unlocking commercial capital in this space.
Just, when we were developers and we examined this space, I think one of the also things may change now. But one of the things was grid extension. That was a risk. What would happen if grid got extended there? If you were doing microgrids, right? Would it be a stranded asset? And some of the other countries have managed that by deeming If the grid extends, then you get compensated for that grid. If the discom takes over, the utility takes over. That wasn't there in India at that time, so it was not easy for us to enter that space at all. This is a real risk, you know. So I don't know how. I mean, the takeover mandate could be one of those.
Just a very short point is that, look, ultimately, taking back what Varad was saying, ultimately it's the amount that you are going to pay, right? If your income is not aligned to that amount of EMI, then that is precisely where different sorts of mechanisms are going to come on. And so, for example, the government can give you interest subvention or various kinds of mechanisms, but ultimately you have to pay your own loan and all of those stuffs. There are several ways. One of the non-financial ways is to assess the repayment part, not just by the formal structure of credit scores and all, whether they are actually good at balance sheets or not, particularly from the MSME sides. That could actually unlock a lot of provisionings, even one-on-one basis. Like because these developers go into one-on-one discussion about the interest rates and all of those things. If that is being settled, you can actually unlock a lot, and the loans can actually be, I'm not saying it can drastically come down, but at least 1 to 2 percentage points that can come.
We've actually run out of time, but if there's any last question.
Hi, I'm Rajesh from India. And anyone can take this. What do you feel the ramifications of Donald Trump being the president would be? I mean, I see you. Would be on what all good stuff we are doing here.
So, but before we get
Anyone
Shadia
can
to
take it.
answer on that, I think energy transitions, with or without leaders being in place, as Chadia was mentioning, process are the right thing to do for most of all our member countries that we are working with at ISA. But Chadia, I'll hand it over to you for a quick response.
Yeah, I think, the case of the US is very interesting because the presidential powers are very broad. So as you remember from his past term, they have the power to retire from the Paris Agreement. I do think that today, the private sector, the civil society, like all the different stakeholders are so on board, even in the US, in the broad US, with climate as a main consideration for every single investment, that other agencies around it, again, it's a risk that things can change. But I think the sector is so strong. Everyone has made it so strong that hopefully it's going to continue. And also in the US, for the particular case, you need to consider that it's a subnational governments, states have a lot of powers in terms of how they handle their RPS programs or how they handle all these issues. So there's a lot of opportunities, even though the constitutional powers and the presidential powers can change. It's a risk, but there's an opportunity that there's some level of stability in the things that are happening. And I think it goes back to what my colleague was mentioning in terms of you don't really know what's going to happen. So the timing of things can be very, very specific. But I think we have the opportunity to make sure as I was saying before, we have the opportunity, well, me, not the government, but everyone, to keep in place the things that are working.
No, so a great message to end this panel that, let's not try to fix something which is not broken. And for all the other things, let's reimagine some of these things around energy transition. So thank you very much for this exciting discussion. And thank you everyone for attending.
So my portfolio is to handle storage, EVs, heavy industries, and decarbonization with energy transition.
I hope you will. Yeah.
I don't know.
Join us at the Canadian Pavilion on Friday? What is it?
Friday.
The announcement? Okay. Okay.
Hi, everyone. Shall we start? We can just be seated there and then. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Great. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the International Solar Alliance, Asian Development Bank, and Clean Energy Ministerial, a very warm welcome to the session on accelerating green hydrogen adoption in the ISA member countries. I'm Ridula Bharadwaj, Capacity Building Specialist and Program Lead for the Storage, Green Hydrogen, and Solar for E-Mobility programs of the International Solar Alliance under the ISA ADB Technical Assistance Program Partnership. To begin the session, I would like to invite Mr. Ramesh Kumar Kurupath, Chief of Operations, ISA, to give the welcome address. Over to you, Rameshji.
Thank you. Thank you, Mridula. So I'm Chief of Programs, not operations, no issue. Yeah. So first of all the dignitaries, the session speakers, esteemed panelists, and the audience. I would like to welcome you all to this event on accelerating green hydrogen adoption from blueprint to scaling up in ISA member countries. We are delighted to host this event with Asian Development Bank and in collaboration with Clean Energy Ministerial. As we stand at the cusp of a transformative era where various renewable energy along with green hydrogen can redefine our sustainable energy landscape. Green hydrogen stands out as an eco-friendly and sustainable energy solution, and a scaled deployment of solar-based hydrogen can be a game changer. The affordability of solar energy in various nations is key to reducing green hydrogen production cost. In regions with vast irradiance, solar-based hydrogen has the potential to offer an affordable, low-carbon energy solution, especially for emerging economies. To make this a reality, we must ramp up solar energy targets, strengthen the supply chains for solar hydrogen, and create both local demand and prospects for exports. Through our Solar for Green Hydrogen program, ISA aims to accelerate green hydrogen production, utilization, and trade among member countries. Under this program, a unique framework for green hydrogen readiness assessment for our member countries was launched during COP27 held in Egypt, which has become a useful tool for gauging where do we stand on various components, aspects across the green hydrogen value chain. The countries can do their own analysis on this. ISA, in partnership with Asian Development Bank under the India's presidency of G20 2023, has created a virtual green hydrogen innovative center. The center in short, what we call GHIC. This Center of Excellence supports our member countries in the production, utilization, and trade of green hydrogen, besides providing a platform for knowledge sharing and building competency across the green hydrogen value chain. Today, under GHIC, together with our collaborator Green Hydrogen Organization, Geneva, we will release the Green Hydrogen Enabling Environment Handbook 2024, a compilation of 2 training sessions which we had held in Egypt and India in 2024. The primary focus of our trainings was to strengthen the capacity of the government officials with in-depth knowledge and expertise related to offtake arrangements, infrastructure development, streamlining permitting procedure, and sustainable ways of incentivizing green hydrogen sector. So let me take this opportunity to thank you all for joining this session, and I look forward for a productive and enlightening session with all of you. Many thanks.
Thank you, Rameshji, for opening the proceedings. Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to have Mr. Jean-Francois, SEM Secretariat Head, and JF, as he's known to all of us. JF supports SEM's international collaboration to promote policies and programs that advance clean energy technology, to share lessons learned, and to encourage the transition to a global clean energy economy. May I invite JF to please deliver the keynote lecture. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the invitation today. It's actually great to be here in person compared to the virtual keynote I had to give yesterday. So great to be amongst all of us. Big thanks to ISA and to ADB, both for inviting us today, but also for the great relationship we've had and the partnership over the years. Today's discussions are extremely important because while it is true that clean electricity is an amazing way to decarbonize many, many end uses in the economy, there are some uses that cannot be or are very, very difficult to electrify. And therefore, we will need to be able to make sure that we have low carbon molecules to be able to decarbonize those end uses, whether they be in heavy duty transport or in heavy industries like iron, steel, and cement. And so it's great to hear, from ISA, from the GIG, that all the progress that has been made in terms of producing low carbon molecules and especially green hydrogen. We also know, we're very happy to be here in the ISA Pavilion with our Indian colleagues. We were very, very proud for the Indian leadership last year when they hosted both the Clean Energy Ministerial and the G20 together in Goa. Great for the launch of the GIHC, but also for all of the domestic leadership that India has taken in terms of making sure that there's a lot of production capacity, but also green production capacity. Now, what we hope is that the GIHC and the SEM can work even more closer together. We have multiple initiatives that work in that domain, notably a hydrogen initiative that has 21 member countries. Hopefully, many of them from ISO will also join us. And we also have an international hydrogen trade forum to be able to make sure that there's possibility for this field to become an economic opportunity. And I think this is one of the first message I want to bring here is this is one of the opportunities that green hydrogen provides, is it is a new energy trade opportunity that can use existing knowledge, existing capacity, but with different players, because the resources are scattered, the resources are everywhere. And so we need to make sure that each country has a capacity to look at what the opportunity and what skills are needed. So in the SEM, we also do a lot of work in terms of skills and inclusivity to make sure that the energy transition is available to as many of the world as possible. The big issue that we need to address, though, is that there is a need to link supply to demand. Right now, we know there are multiple projects on the books for green hydrogen production. I estimate something like 45 megaton of hydrogen by 2030 projects are on the books. However, if you look at them, only 3 megaton of those projects actually have FIDs. And of those projects, only 2% actually have binding contracts. And so there is huge interest, there's a huge opportunity on production, but unless the demand is there, financing these projects is going to be extremely complicated, which is why within the SEM, we are working with our members to make sure that there is enough demand for those projects, but also that the trade rules between those projects so that we can link the economic opportunity on the production side to the demand side are also well met. And so the third message that I would have is that hydrogen is not alone in this issue. So we have this year, in fact, in Foz do Iguaçu last month, launched what we call a future fuels action plan that aims to look at all those low carbon molecules in a holistic way, bringing the work we do in biofuels through the SEMS Biofuels platform and the hydrogen initiative on the production side, but also the demand side. So we have an industrial deep decarbonization initiative that is creating demand for low carbon materials that will require low carbon molecules. We have a clean energy marine hubs where heavy duty shippers are actually looking for different solutions to reduce their aspects. And we're looking at the infrastructure between the supply and the demand through ports, but also working with enabling technologies like CCUS to be able to turn hydrogen into e-fuels. And so linking these different pieces, looking at it holistically so that there is a common frame to be able to produce, buy, and trade in these new energy commodities is really what we are trying to do to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to do so. And we certainly hope that the GIHC and SEM can work much more together in terms of advancing these. So with that, thank you very much and looking forward to the discussions.
Many thanks again, JF, for providing us insights into SEM's hydrogen initiatives and overall plans. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin the session, I would like to take a few minutes to give an overview of the ISA Solar for Hydrogen program so that we all know the overall context and alignment with today's session. Could I have the presentation, please? So I'm Ridula Bharadwaj, and I'm program lead for storage, solar, e-mobility, and the green hydrogen programs of ISA. We'll go to the next slide. We all know, most of us know the ISA governance structure, but just for the newcomers, ISA as a speak has 103 member countries right now. And that gives us a big platform to work with many countries, member countries across our 9 programs that you see on the screen. The hydrogen program is the latest and the newest. We started work on it around 2.5 years back. And so the role of ISA is basically to provide support to our member countries in production, utilization, and trade of green hydrogen. And we do it by 5 approaches. First is to enable policy and regulatory framework. Second is to identify technological gaps and go to resources. Then facilitating investment environment for commercially viable hydrogen solar projects. Then the fourth one is very important, identification of viable projects, pipelines across hydrogen value chain. And the fifth and most important is creating global synergies and partnerships. So with that, I'll give you just in a brief 1 minute, the summary of our journey in the last 2 years. When we launched the program, the first report that you see on the left side is the program initiation document, and all these reports are on our website. This tells you about the role of hydrogen, International Solar Alliance in the green hydrogen sector, and how we engage with our member countries, along with the global review of green hydrogen sector. Then the second one is what we launched in COP 2 years back. And this gives you readiness assessment framework that we have developed. And this is basically a tool to do a country level analysis and a first cut prioritization using the framework. And that methodology and everything is well defined in the report. The third one is what we did with the European Investment Bank and African Union. And this again was launched in COP Sharm el Sheikh. Here we analyzed and deep dived into 3 African green hydrogen hubs covering 5 countries in Africa: Morocco, Mauritius, Egypt, South Africa, and Namibia. And here mainly we did demand assessment and we did the investment opportunities, keeping 2030 and 2035 as a reference point. And the fourth one that you see is what we launched last year in Assembly. This is with collaboration with ADB and NIDO. Here we did the 3 deep dive using the same framework that I mentioned for Chile, Brazil, and China. And that's what was much deeper, where we did, for example, the hydrogen cost production using different RE generation from solar, wind, hydro, those ones. And we also did a deep dive in the different kind of electrolyzers, technologies, emerging technologies in the electrolyzer sector. And the last one that you see on the screen is what we did with India, which again is a founder member country of ISA. Here we collaborated with Indian National Academy of Engineering, which is the prime body of engineering, which has around 1,000 membership. And here we basically concentrated on economics and demand creation in keeping India as the reference point. And we just launched last week in our assembly with Denmark, the report on readiness assessment of green hydrogen in African countries. Here we covered Morocco, Ethiopia, Namibia, and Egypt. And here we did the market study, readiness and analysis, evaluation, opportunities and challenges, cost economics, again, using different RE generation sources. We present here the LCOH using different RE generation sources, including wind, solar, and hybrid as well. Then also we did the risk and mitigation strategies. And this report is on our website already. And right now, as I speak, we are doing deep dive for 10 of the member countries across different geographies, including Bhutan, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Fiji, PNG, Ghana, Tunisia, Peru, Trinidad and Tobago, and Argentina. And most of them are done, and we are about to release that report in a couple of months. We are very excited about the module 2 that you see on the screen. Here, we will be developing in-house toolkits. And those toolkits will be integrated with GHIC that Mr. Ramesh just talked about. The 4 tools that we will be developing and launching in a few months is GH feasibility tool, project risk, country readiness framework, and carbon accounting. And the third module that we'll be finishing in March next year is to prepare framework for mapping industrial clusters, and also to accelerate the use of GH. We will be using a framework for mapping clusters and facilitate GH trade and investments. So that's about a summary of ongoing work. And the last point I wanted to mention was we have just started a GHIC startup initiative. And as some of you know, we have a SolarX program, which is very successful. We are into the 3rd year of that. We did the SolarX keeping solar as the theme. And we identified and launched 20 startups in Africa last year under G20. This year, we launched, in fact, we gave the seed grant to 20 APAC green solar startups and 10 in India, so 30 total. Based on that, we thought of launching our GHIC startup as well. And some of the pamphlets I've brought from India yesterday, it's outside, you can collect it. This will be incubation support to 20 green hydrogen startups in steel and transport sector. These are hard to abate sector, as you know. So this year we will be doing steel and transport, 20 green hydrogen startups, and that will be global challenge, not just limited to Africa or anywhere else. So yeah, so that's pretty much it. And I'll end with showing you the context of the handbook that is being launched. Under G20, we created a Green Hydrogen Innovation Center, GHIC, with ADB partnership. And so basically, this is a center of excellence. And we created this, which aiming a one-stop platform for country-level insights and knowledge repository. And this will also have a startup initiative that I just mentioned. This will have trainings. A result of that is this handbook that you will see sometimes later. And so this is basically governed or through a steering committee. And steering committee has 8 member countries across 4 regions of ISA. They are on rotation basis. And international organizations, NREL, IEA, and Green Hydrogen Organization. Industry and developers, we have HDF Energy, a French company based in Indonesia, Greenstat, Heidi, Hispania, Siemens Energy, Tata Steel, and NTPC. For MDBs and donors, we have the World Bank and West Africa Bank, BOAD. So with that, I end the presentation. I hope this gave you a flavor of what we're doing. And with this, it's time to begin our session now. I'm delighted to invite Ms. Caroline Piotu, Policy Manager, Green Hydrogen Organization, Geneva, to kindly moderate the session. Caroline is a policy manager, and she looks at the issues around financing and legislation of the H2 economics. Over to you, Caroline.
Thank you. Is this on? Yes. Excellent. Well, I'll welcome to this stage immediately our amazing panelist. So I'll start with Dr. James Walker, who is the team lead for renewable gases at IRENA's Innovation and Technology Center, and he's responsible for the initiative to enable the scale-up of green hydrogen and derivatives. Next up, we have Andrew Swanson, Partnership Manager at the Clean Energy Ministerial. I believe you are in charge of many work streams, some of them on hydrogen, CCUS, future fuels, amongst others. I won't name them all. We also have Julia Sauder, who's the CEO of the LDS Council, so Global Long Duration Energy Storage Council. She's also the co-chair of the Global Renewable Alliance, and you sit on the board of the Keystone Policy Center. And now my colleague, Sam Bartlett, also at the Green Hydrogen Organization. He is the director of the Low Carbon Hydrogen, the Green Hydrogen Standard. Sorry, professional deformation. And will you be joining us? Yes, great. We also have Dr. Rashi Gupta, Managing Director for Vision Mechatronics, formerly known as Battery Wall of India. And we're joined online by Professor Prakash Chandra Ghosh. We can see him. Yeah, great. He is a professor at the Department of Energy, Science and Engineering at the Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay, Mumbai. Is that way? I won't repeat what Jean-Francois has said. I think we've all heard it loud and clear. We need hydrogen to decarbonize. It's not an if, it's a necessary. There's hard-to-abate sectors that cannot electrify and need this green molecule. Now, there's low-hanging fruits. There's refineries that are currently using gray hydrogen. There's chemical sectors. There's fertilizers. But I want to ask James first. Oh, no, sorry. I need to, we have a very hard stop. I will come back to you, James. But first of all,
Accommodating that.
yeah, please jump in straight away before we're going to go very deep before we go back out. So we're going to go straight into one of the sectors, I think, which is key for hydrogen in terms of daily use, and that's clean cooking. Can you tell us a bit more about your work around green hydrogen for storage and clean cooking, please?
Yeah, thank you so much for this opportunity. So hydrogen is a very important stakeholder in terms of clean storage and in terms of clean cooking. Recently, we just launched a clean cooking mechanism, a green cooking stove which runs on hydrogen. Now, there is now people will say that LPG is already here. Why should I go with the hydrogen clean cooking, right? But the thing is, what we all globally need is an energy mix. When we talk of an energy mix, we just don't need one style of energy. Like, for example, whether it's just LPG or whether it's just batteries, whether it's just hydrogen, or whether it's just, hydro, water storage, or anything of that sort. We need the clean mix there. And when we do the clean mix, like the Clean Energy Ministerial, okay, so you see the CEM, it's all the mix, right? It's not just one tech. And when I looked at hydrogen for clean cooking, what I realized was that it gives you a much faster cooking much cleaner cooking. Secondly, a most cost-effective cooking. And we just launched this product in October this year, and it's doing fantastic. I mean, I did not really expect such a good response. Second thing, what I always feel is that we need to have a mix of technologies when it comes to even storage. And for that matter, there should not be a war between whether you want a hydrogen or you want a battery. It should be hydrogen and batteries both together. That would make more sense for everyone to reach the desired LCOE, the lowest cost of energy, not the levelized cost. I would say the lowest cost of energy possible into a system at the lowest capital investment. If you do that, you can actually achieve the energy independence that each country is today looking at. Given the geopolitical stress that we all have, looking at the, center stage of the energy stress that each country, each individual is going through, what we today need is the right combination of energy mixes around. This also gives us a unique space to add more skill set, to strengthen the economy, not just with one country, but even the global economy together. And second thing, it creates a lot of employment for everyone in the new upcoming sectors. The traditional sectors, they're the current people working in the traditional sectors are really scared. What if I lose my job now? Because the new energies are taking over. And change is the only thing constant, So when you look at that, I see that when you do a change in terms of constant innovation, hydrogen makes a very, very unique proposition in terms of innovation, in terms of sustainability, in terms of having a right energy mix at the right price point. And that too, when you come with the aspect of green and clean, it is a wonderful thing to have hydrogen there. I think with this, I can stop. Thank you so much.
No, please don't stop. I have one more question before you leave. You talked about change. I'm really curious about social acceptance when it comes to clean cooking with hydrogen. I live in the UK. There's been trials. There's been failures of trials. There's been a lot of protests. There's Facebook groups against these hydrogen villages. How, in your experience, has it been seen? Is it accepted? Is it, yeah, please tell us.
Okay. How does acceptance come, Acceptance comes only when you give a proposition to people that it is firstly safe. Okay, safety is paramount no matter what we do. So that is when I portray to people that it is safe, they will accept is number one. Number two, what we did was, since hydrogen does not have its own smell, in this clean cooking project, we actually added some smell and some color to it so that it replicates the feeling of regular LPG stoves that people are using across the globe. The second thing acceptance comes is only when you have comfort. And when I give this change to the stove, it brings a lot of comfort to people that, okay, this is similar to what I have used. Okay, then the third thing comes in acceptance is the value that you create for the user, for the end user. And most of these users are women. When you teach them what is the change you're bringing to their health, to their lifestyle, to the time that they have, because cooking is time consuming. Whether it's a commercial kitchen, it's a domestic kitchen, it is time consuming. And who is the main victim there? Or not the word victim, but then who is the one who is the most targeted there is the women. And in a country like ours and in the developing nation like in India, what we see is maximum time goes into cooking. And if I can contribute to reducing that time of cooking, I think there is a significant acceptance again. So with these three, and the fourth factor was the money, the price that they are paying for that cooking, the per unit price of the hydrogen and the gas that they pay, and the time what is saved by using hydrogen as a clean cooking mechanism with the new innovative stove that we have launched. It's called the HiCooker. What changes there is then gets the acceptance.
Thank you so much. I will let you go now, Dr.
Thank you
Gupta.
so much.
And this was so interesting. To be honest, in 3 years, it's the first time I've heard hydrogen linked to a gender issue. And it's very interesting. I want to
Gender is everywhere.
Everywhere it is.
Everywhere. In fact, in the morning where we visited one of the plants, okay? I'm going to take 1 more minute, which I'm not supposed to, but I will still, okay? We went to the one of the biggest solar plants of Azerbaijan, okay? And they had only one women washroom. Why? Why? And I said, I'm lucky that there is at least one woman washroom there because there was not a single woman in the plant. I'm still lucky to have that, number one. And one intriguing question I was asked by a 7-year-old today, how many more COPs do we have to do until we save the planet? Anyone across the globe, please answer this. It's important. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Right, we're going to zoom out a bit. Now we've gone really, thank you. I'm going to turn to you, James. So we've heard of one application for hydrogen, but in your opinion, or Irina's opinion, whatever hat you want to wear, what is hydrogen's role and derivatives? Because we don't only talk about hydrogen, we talk about ammonia, e-fuels, and all that stuff. So please tell us. Oh, you need this.
Yes, thank you very much. I actually wish I was able to go first because following that level of enthusiasm is going to be really challenging. So basically, I don't want to repeat what Jean-Francois said at the beginning either. I think you made a pretty clear pitch for the role for hydrogen and the derivatives in the transition and the various hard-to-abate sectors we're trying to address, and the other challenges, for example, around storage, I imagine Julia is going to pick up on. So I'm actually not going to answer the question directly, if you don't mind, in terms of the way we split final energy demand and the role that hydrogen plays in that. What I would like to say is, basically, as the International Renewable Energy Agency, we start from a position of what can renewable power do directly. I think we're all aligned in that. I don't think that's putting us apart from anyone represented here. But in that realm, we see direct electrification using renewable power addressing at least 50%, probably more, final energy demand by 2050 in scenarios that are compliant with our climate change goals. We're then looking at a comparatively small proportion in those hard-to-abate sectors and in those applications where we don't have alternatives, where hydrogen and the derivatives play a role. And our figure is 14% in a 1.5 degree C aligned trajectory. And crucially, that 14% includes the derivatives. So that's the part I want to focus on briefly, because it's I think, slightly unique in our work that we're really trying to foreground the derivatives, because we take a hard-to-abate sector forward lens, and we think really about what the right solution is for the various sectors we're trying to address. And in that realm, we really think ammonia, methanol, e-kerosene, iron and steel even are actually incredibly important commodities that we need to be talking more about, and acknowledging that hydrogen is also a tool to decarbonising those. I don't think that's news either. I don't think that puts us apart from others, but it's just that emphasis in our work is really quite strong on that subject.
Great, thank you. So when you talk about those end uses, do you see the discourse or the dialogue around hydrogen has shifted in the last 3 years? Because I feel like when I started working in hydrogen 3 years ago, it was all about production, but we weren't mentioning steel. Steel was not a topic. It was this marginal use case. How and why has the conversation shifted?
That's a good question. I'm not sure if I can explain why. I certainly observe the same pathway. I think from our point of view, we try to prioritize these end uses, and we try to look at total final energy consumption and think about how you best address the different sources of demand. And I don't think we're alone in that. I think we have been over the last few years increasingly talking about how we prioritize hydrogen and its various derivative commodities, because we recognize they will be expensive and scarce and difficult to fund, actually, as we're seeing now. So I think there's a little bit of a reality check at play in the discussion, but I'm not actually sure we're there yet in recognizing that we need to evolve the discussion beyond just producing hydrogen and thinking about these other commodities and the various, from our point of view, the various regulatory and standards and certification mechanisms that would facilitate markets for those commodities. So that's a key theme of our work quite recently. That's probably a bit too detailed for the strategic question at the beginning, but we definitely think that we need to be seeing more
policy, regulation, and strategy development focused on the derivative sectors?
I mean, I completely agree with that. I think that the conversation has shifted. How is the CEM, Clean Energy Material, looking at hydrogen deployment? Are you specifically looking at hydrogen production? Are you looking at derivatives and uses? And what are you developing in terms of initiatives to accelerate the deployment of hydrogen?
Great, thanks. Okay, you'll have to forgive me. This is my first.
Closer.
My first day at a COP, my first COP session. The headphones threw me a little bit, I'll admit, but otherwise, I think I'm good to go. So along with Jean-Francois, I'm with the Clean Energy Ministerial, and I might just recap a little bit what the CEM role is before pivoting to why the CEM Hydrogen Initiative has some potentially useful insights for the ISA member countries. And so the CEM itself is 29 members, largely based around economic size. So it's roughly the G20 plus several other members. And it's a platform for multiple sectors of clean energy work, bringing together governments and industry. So we have that really broad focus to start with. And then even within that, we have had since 2018 an initiative called the CEM Hydrogen Initiative, which was very much started in that context that you were both talking about when talking about hydrogen, talking about clean and green hydrogen was talking about production. That was certainly the origins of the CEM Hydrogen Initiative. It's expanded probably in a way that is parallel to the industry of clean hydrogen as a whole in the last 6 or so years. And so, first of all, the number of countries involved has grown quite quickly for the CEM. Like I said, we've got 29 member countries. Most of our work streams will have 6, maybe 7 member countries. Even among those, only a handful that might be quite active. The Hydrogen Initiative now has 21 of the CEM's 29 member countries, and multiple of those countries leading subtopics within the work stream. So I think this shows, first of all, that the CEM Hydrogen Initiative allows a really diverse range of countries come together to share best practice on clean hydrogen. And then secondly, what's interesting about the evolution of the work stream is the range of topics. So there's definitely still a key objective of hydrogen, if increasing the production of clean and green hydrogen and making it cheap enough that you can scale up the demand. But within the hydrogen landscape too, the CEM Hydrogen Initiative has diversified in the last couple of years. So we have something that's called the International Hydrogen Trade Forum. And that's a subgroup of the CEM hydrogen countries that are looking just at the global trade of clean hydrogen. And this is, I think, a nice recognition of the relationships. So if you want to produce the production of clean hydrogen, the CEM membership recognizes that you need to increase demand. You need to have incentives for people to actually buy that product, and that if you can get that product demand up, you'll need the supply chains and you'll need more certainty about how the hydrogen is shipped from exporting to importing countries. There'll need to be a dialogue so that you can lock in offtake agreements more quickly. And so really what we're trying to do and where we're expanding is to just provide our members with as many opportunities as possible to talk with each other, to talk with industry, to translate what they want to do domestically into international trade. So I'm happy to go further into the details as we go, but I think the sort of the starting point for us and why we're very willing to work with the ISA is to just share what we're doing, and hopefully some of the lessons that are relevant to our 21, 29 member countries, some of whom are ISA members, many of the ISA members obviously aren't, but how many of these lessons are common, and how can we just make it commonly known best practice?
Thank you. Well, that brings me online. Professor Prakash, I believe you work in hydrogen, but you have a startup, if I'm correct. And you obviously work in an emerging market. You have come across probably specific issues in terms of hydrogen deployment. Could you tell us a bit more about your specific experience in trying to bring about hydrogen technologies in India, please?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes. Yes, you are.
Thank you. Yeah, so thank you for having me here, of course. And the first speaker, what she was talking about, actually, she made my life very easy. And actually, I echo her voice. And earlier, I was thinking only I'm trying to push this. Then now I see another woman is actually pushing the same thing. So actually, we are almost on the same page. So so this week, actually, I finished my 25 years of journey with green hydrogen, started in Germany in 99. So, and then I used to dream, when I came back from Germany and India, I used to dream that I want to do something from my own country. And that's what my journey started. And one thing what I saw is that if you look into the green energy, in most of the cases, what we have found that if we look into the cooking sector, it was there from the time we have started learning how to use fire. And if we take our total energy demand for cooking sector, it was always the same, and it is always the same now also. But unfortunately, this is my personal experience because I have grown up in a small village in India. And I've seen that in my childhood, I have used only 5 batteries, 3 for radio sets, 2 for the torchlight in the night we used. And from there, we have gone for the electrical demand has gone to few kilowatt hour per day. And that cooking demand, which was earlier also around 4 to 5 kilowatt hour per day, which has remained at the same place, but it was never caught any attention anybody. So this is with this background. And also I found that probably in India, almost 1/3 of our population, this is around 450 million people, they are staying in the village without having an LPG connection. This is not only true for our country, even globally also 1/3 of the population is not having LPG. And we call LPG as a clean cooking. And I say LPG now, time has come to tell that's a relatively clean cooking because hydrogen is only the clean cooking fuel. So keeping that in mind, and if you take also the global perspective, that's a 1/3. But if you take that sub-Saharan area, then only 20% of the people is having LPG connection. If I take only my country and I talk about the business opportunity, our country has put a target of 5 million ton in the industrial sector. But if we take our cooking sector, this is around 10 million ton in the village, another 20 million ton that is equivalent for the last year, the total LPG consumption what has happened. This is a huge market, but I'm really surprised why people never paid attention. Is this that the same thing I echo of that our previous speaker, Dr. Rashi Gupta, is this that because of the woman and what you told that as a gender justice, and probably now I feel hydrogen has a bigger role to play. It's a global warming is one, of course, but on top of that, there is also that it can actually play major role in that in this gender bias problem. So, and that's the reason I started my startup. You can see in the background, our burner is also that we have developed the burner. We actually run this particular complete system. We have our own electrolyzer, and also we have the complete system, and we are running that almost, I think, for last two years. But of course, we have not launched anywhere yet. Nobody knows that we have done it, but we test it in regular basis. Thank you.
Thank you. So are there any specific hurdles you've come across in getting your business off the ground, in trying to find consumers, in trying to find adequate production? Can you tell us a bit more around the enabling ecosystem around your project?
I think when you talk about that one, there are two challenges. One is the technical challenges, another one, the public perception about hydrogen. As soon as you talk about that, I'm putting fire on hydrogen, everybody says, oh, it's a bomb. And then that's the one major challenge. And I kept on telling everybody that I'm using in my lab for last 2 years, not a single incident, because I try to use it, even using a balloon as a storage device, even that balloon doesn't burst in our system. So it's not at all that one that what we talk about. And I have demonstrated to lots of people coming to our lab, shown that balloon, and I wanted them that, okay, show that that balloon is bursting. So this is one of the major challenge, of course. Other technical challenges, of course, that I think that is a problem where we need to have some funding, is that the water quality, what we talk about, which is connected to the life of the electrolyzer, which connected to the life cycle hydrogen cost. And that is the sustainability, what we talk about SDG 7 goal. So probably that's the thing, we need lots of funding for that. And knowing this, that hydrogen for decade, let's say now, the main problem is that the stakeholder support is essential to support and commercialize these developments. This can be better achieved with the funding support from the development agencies like, let's say, World Bank or ADB or ETC, and linking the development to reach last miles with these relevant companies who have established the marketing and sales like oil companies, and then encourage the use of hydrogen by larger companies in their internal consumption line, boiler, like let's say for boiler or heating, etc. So this is the main commercial support. Will further encourage R&D, because we are trying to do an R&D mostly, because with this particular burner we have filed a patent which is globally an innovative burner. This burner, not only a burner, it is actually safest burner, because it also acts as a fire arrestor. Because when we are running this particular, working with this burner, you can touch from the bottom of the burner, even temperature will be hardly 10 degree more. One more thing, so that is one of the challenge which we have, and if it is being enabled, then probably we can take it further. But one more thing I wanted to add, because most of the things also Dr. Asi Gupta has mentioned, one thing also we have tasted in our lab, it's very interesting to know that when you are cooking with hydrogen, because that's what the gender justice also come there as well. When you are cooking with LPG, the temperature rise at the body of the person who is cooking is around 10 degrees. But if you use hydrogen, because hydrogen is having very less radiant heat, we have tested that same temperature rise is only 1.5 degree, which has lots of, you understand that from 10 degree to 1.5 degree has lots of implication on the even face or the body of the people who are using, even that's aging and their skin effect and other thing of the woman. So this is the other advantage of hydrogen other than the global warming what we are talking about is definitely going to drive, but of course at this point of time we need a support from all these people, then definitely it will take off. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You make me think that I need to start cooking with hydrogen now to keep my skin from aging. Sorry, we've talked about a lot about cooking, but that's not normally the type of end use that we talk about. We talk about derivatives, we talk about refineries. We also don't talk a lot about storage, but we ran into each other earlier, Julia, and I said, you know, storage is that one kind of application for hydrogen that we kind of forget about, but it is key, right? In your opinion, what is the role of hydrogen in the LDS landscape?
Hi, everyone. It's great to be here. Thank you so much to ISA and to the fellow panelists. And just before I jump to that, this ties to your question, Caroline. I want to tie to JF's points earlier, because the really key point about off-takers is exactly why hydrogen can be a fuel and storage. And that supply and demand nexus that was brought up earlier, that is so critical to looking at the power, heat, hydrogen nexus. This is part of our economy. It's all part of everything. And hydrogen is a key point. So you look at hydrogen, power, and heat. Those are all parts of storage. And the power to X, the chemical part, is long duration energy storage. It's ultra long. So we heard earlier about electrolyzers. They are great. They've been around for decades. Many banks use them as their backup instead of diesel generators, and to have that security, that reliability, that just constant, reliable, clean power. And what we're seeing today too is this, again, the nexus. Ports were mentioned earlier, and ports where there already are as fuel and a kind of a nexus to bring new clean fuel in. There's also the opportunity to store hydrogen on site too in ports, and this is already happening in many ports around the world. Is that for shipping, for excess hydrogen, ammonia, how to make this storage on site for electricity, for heat. And then again, the integration have also been used as a fuel. We have members that are ranchers way in the middle of Australia, or also in Latin America, and they're using hydrogen as a fuel for their cars, and they're producing it from the solar on site. And then if they also have the capability to then use the hydrogen for storage. And so it's a great ecosystem right there within the facility to have the sustainability components as well as clean fuel that is there for, not just hours, but days and months. Another point about hydrogen, we've talked about, long duration storage being 8, 24, 100 hours. Again, the seasonal hydrogen can really give you that constant, no degradation for years. So there's that element too, and that reliability factor. And one last thing I'll point to is that, again, power, heat, hydrogen nexus. There's the power to power. We talked about electrification and how you can really have that from a variety of sources. The LDES families are chemical, which is hydrogen, ammonia, and methane. You've got electrochemical, which is all the batteries. So not just lithium ion, but you've got the zinc, the vanadium, almost every element on the periodic table, including hydrogen. And then you've got the mechanical, so all the gravity. And in the gravity world with compressed air, you're also seeing a lot of existing compressed air infrastructures using hydrogen as their fuel source in salt caverns or even underground. And they're taking the skill sets that are in the traditional fossil fuel energy and then upskilling to have a lot of the workers transition over to do long duration storage with compressed air. And so not only are you seeing the technologies move over, and there's not a huge capex because you're using existing materials that are pretty inexpensive and been in industries for a while, you're also really helping transition the labor and workforce. So there's an enormous nexus component to storage with hydrogen and with the fact that you can really bring into the mechanical gravity side, the chemical side, the power to X, and then also the last one on thermal energy storage. There are some new innovative technologies that are taking rocks and salts and heating them up, but we're also building on what can we do with a merger with hydrogen, and what can this do with storing again, different types of batteries within this and using power to heat back to power. And if it's already going to be a little expensive, then why not bring hydrogen into the mix to kind of make this also part of the portfolio? One last thing I just thought of too to highlight is that as we move into the hydrogen nexus, what we're also noticing is that a lot of pumped hydro projects around the world are also bringing in hydrogen batteries, such as green batteries, as kind of helping fill in gaps and again reliability. So that again, the different ways to have integration that Dr. Gutman spoke to earlier about optionality is so critical. And the fact that when we think about hydrogen, it's so important to think of all the value add that comes to this. And it's not just clean fuel, it's not just storage, it's all these other elements that are part of the economy. Because as we're working towards, decarbonize our industries, hydrogen is a great component for this, but hydrogen might take a little bit longer because of infrastructure. And so what can you bring in currently, and you can bring different types of LDES and then continue to have that parallel pathway. And so it's another way to do integration with planning and reliability and just amazing attributes of green hydrogen. So we're looking forward to really promoting. There's a lot going on in the industry, a lot going around the world, and looking forward to continue to show the marketplaces that this is so important. And India is really leading the way on the green hydrogen nexus and just what they're already able to do because of the amount of renewables already deployed and how they're showing the world that green hydrogen can be done today. It is being done today, and that we can really benefit a lot from this.
Thank you. And so I know that you've been promoting targets for storage, and also, and then hydrogen is, as you mentioned, potentially lagging against other technologies. How do you see coming into that overall target landscape of, are you aggregating every storage technology? Are you separating them on different timelines?
No favorite child. So yeah, it's really important. And thanks so much for bringing this up. Last year, it was thrilling to see the pivot that COP did with bringing in renewables as a key component and having a tripling goal of 11 terawatts by 2030. And also the energy efficiency doubling down. And this, again, partnership, things you don't always put together, but so critical to have. We're now saying that, okay, great, we're going to get all these renewables built. We need to do a lot more. We're behind, but we need to do more. That target did help set a conversation. Markets started to change. We're doing this. We need the same thing to happen with storage, and storage will help make renewables round the clock. And so we're looking for industries working with many different organizations on this. It's again, the partnerships for 1.5 terawatts of energy storage by 2030. And that energy storage is all durations and all types. And that's something we want to build on because it doesn't stop there. That is a small number for what we need to get to because we need 8 terawatts of long duration storage by 2040. And this includes hydrogen and many other types, but we need to do a lot more if we want to really decarbonize all these energy sectors and economies around the world. So storage targets really, really important. And yes, green hydrogen is part of it.
Thank you. I have timed it, and we have managed to talk about hydrogen for about 30 minutes without mentioning standards. And I think that's a record because whoever talks about hydrogen or knows hydrogen, standards is probably one of the first topic of conversation. And I'm sorry, I took the liberty of, Sam's my colleague, you're coming in last. But why are standards so important? And why have I not mentioned it yet?
It's a great question why you haven't mentioned it yet. No, it's super important because I just want to come back to kind of where we started the discussion. This is not a new industry. We use 100 million tons of hydrogen today. And why do we use it? It was because, well, the customer is king, because it's the right solution for some customers in some settings, in the fertilizer industry, in the refining sector, in the chemical industry. So this is not a new industry, point number one. But when we come to something like COP and you walk around, and there's actually dozens of events on hydrogen, and some talk about clean hydrogen, some talk about low carbon hydrogen, or green hydrogen, or renewable hydrogen. And if you participate in one of those sessions, please ask them, what do you mean? What specifically, how do you define clean? How do you define low carbon? And what you'll find is often people don't want to answer that question, or at the very least, you'll find out in a room of 4 people, you'll have 5 different opinions or 7 different opinions. And The reason for that is because although this is a technical issue, it's a political issue. This is a huge industry, $1 billion industry. We use 100 million tons of hydrogen today. By 2050, it doesn't matter whether it's 300 or 400 or 500 million tons, it's a lot. And we're going to use it in new applications as well. And there is a competition underway for, between different technologies. If you go to Norway, where I live at the moment, they've got lots of natural gas. So they're very keen on demonstrating that they can use natural gas to produce blue hydrogen or low carbon hydrogen. If you go to India, where you don't have that endowment of natural gas, then they've gone all in on green, and that's great to see. But they've got a different definition in India to the definition in Australia, a different definition again in Europe. So that fragmentation of standards, fragmentations of definitions, is because there's a tug of war of politics and economics, and it's a fascinating dynamic. So just encourage you, the takeaway is whenever you hear that term low carbon hydrogen or clean hydrogen, dig a little deeper and ask questions about how exactly you define it. So I'm just going to quickly highlight, what I think is interesting is you're seeing this industry fragment into, I would call, a high credibility and a low credibility market. When you talk about green hydrogen, which is what we're all interested in, there's three interesting credibility questions. One, how do you prove that you're using renewable electricity to make your green hydrogen? If you're running your electrolyzer at 2 o'clock in the morning, you're not using solar power, you're depending on some storage. So how are you demonstrating in real time, where your electricity is coming from? Is the renewable electricity coming from the same market in the same hour? That's a really important issue. We've already spoken a little bit today about water. We don't need a ridiculous amount of water, but the best places to make green hydrogen are often water-stressed environments. And we're talking about desalination, taking water away from other uses, very contentious. So we need to be looking at that as a credibility issue. And then finally, we need to look at, this is the point that you were making about balancing the system. There is a tendency to take some of these projects off the grid. And actually, in most cases, we want them on the grid so that they can help grow the grid in some places. Namibia is a great example, has extraordinary renewable potential, but some of the projects there are not going to be connected to the grid, so they don't have the opportunity to improve access to energy. So there are three credibility issues for green: proving that you're renewable, using water, and the sort of development impact. Let's go to Norway, and let's go to the US, and let's go to some other places where they want to make blue hydrogen. What are the three credibility issues there? Well, the first one is that they talk about using carbon capture and storage. And just Google carbon capture and storage failure, and you'll see that 90% of those projects fail because of technical problems and economic problems. So if we're going to go all in on blue, it's going to be expensive, and often it's going to fail. And a blue project that fails is a grey project, is what we have today. So there's the CCS risk issue. Another issue is, where does the gas come from? If you take your natural gas from Norway, you have very, very low methane leakage in the system because there are taxes on that in Norway, and the oil and gas companies have to limit their methane emissions. You'll hear a lot of talk around methane over the next couple of days. Norway shows that it can be done. I think it's 0.2% leakage. I'm sorry to say, but places like in Azerbaijan, there are fields where the leakage is above 5%, above 10%. But some of the standards that we are developing say that you can use an industry average or a national average. That's greenwashing. So that's a big credibility issue for blue. And then finally, at the last COP, we all agreed that we need to, scale back fossil fuels. Well, you see around the world, people using blue hydrogen as an excuse to extend fossil fuels, to explore new oil and gas deposits. In green, we often talk about that the renewable electricity has to be additional. Well, on the blue side, it should be non-additional. You need to demonstrate that your blue hydrogen isn't coming from new fields, because we want to scale back our dependency on fossil fuels. So the last point I'll say is when you look at what is happening in the standards and certification landscape, are we measuring those credibility issues well? And the answer is no, we are not. In the green space, we're not looking at those issues. Water, excluded. Development impact, excluded. The 3 pillars issue, dealt with as a kind of afterthought. On the blue side, are we looking at carbon capture and storage? Yes, but again, same with methane leakage. We're allowing companies to use national averages that everyone knows is an underestimate. And we're not looking at this issue of non-additionality. So to circle back to where I started, at every hydrogen conference and climate conference, there's a session about standards, and they normally leave it to the engineers and the auditors, and everyone thinks it's super technical and super boring. No, it's politics and it's economics, and take an interest in these issues, please.
Standing ovation for that statement. Thank you so much. I think we're going to end on a final note, because you've talked a lot about fragmentation. And I think it's not just on standards, it's on definitions, it's on end use case, it's on storage targets. Where do you see key collaboration? And no, actually, let me reframe this. Why is collaboration so important from your different viewpoints? And hopefully we still have time for everyone to, yeah, amazing. Let's start with you, James.
I'm so glad to go first, because I feel like the answers are going to run out as we move down. I think it's actually hard to imagine solving any of the problems that we've discussed without collaborating internationally, particularly if we try to solve these problems in a sustainable way, in a way that actually delivers the kind of value we're looking for and takes forward the sort of solutions we're looking for. So I think it's quite inherent, is my easy first person to speak answer. But actually, I'll talk briefly about trade. So we're looking quite a lot at opportunities for international trade in hydrogen and the derivatives, in particular in the derivatives, in our work. And in that realm, trade is inherently international, but we won't establish those markets without working together internationally to understand what the producers are looking for out of the bargain, what the consumers are looking for, and coming back to standards and certification and regulation as fundamental tools to forming trade. So I've probably taken 2 answers there, sorry.
Thank you. One of the downsides of having my boss, Jean-Francois, in the audience is that he's going to know that I'm about to steal his anecdote. That aside, I started with the Clean Energy Ministerial only about 6 months ago. And before that had worked for almost a decade in the power sector. So being here in ISA is actually a kind of nice reminder that the power sector still exists. But as the lead contact on fuels, so much of the job is to just connect countries and partners and programs. And the way that JF explained it to me is that it's not so much, we don't need to break down silos that exist, because within silos, there's an enormous amount of technical expertise and people doing tangible things that require concentration. But for an organization like ours, the challenge is to always provide a bridge between those deeply expert silos. And so one of the reasons why the SEM is so happy to work with ISA, ADB, and all of the organizations represented on the panel is that the challenge to get fuels generally onto the net zero trajectory is enormous. There are many organizations that are doing some very similar work, and we certainly don't have the time or resources to duplicate that work. So we're always open to collaborating as much as we can to leverage the finite time and resources we have to do this enormously difficult task.
I like to flip things on their head sometimes. So I want to take this question and say, what's the loss of not collaborating? Well, loss of time. It's way more expensive. And we just have a lot more bias that's built into the system. So that's why the partners that we work together, working with SEM, working with ISA, the creation of the Global Renewables Alliance, having GH2 with long-duration storage, with solar, with wind, with hydropower, with geothermal working together, we understand how critical industry voices are collaborating with government and the end user, the customer, the community. So if we don't do this, we don't get it right, we're going to fail. So it's a necessity. It's something, well, it's our lifeblood. Yeah. And standards. No.
I get two answers, one a technical one and one a political one. I think the technical one is, I think there's zero likelihood that in the next 5 years, we're going to agree on a comprehensive definition or standard of clean hydrogen that everyone's going to sign up to, and that's okay. If instead we can agree on data standards so that we can share information, then we have a way of comparing green hydrogen in Brazil to green hydrogen in India to green ammonia from Australia. And then we can let the market and the customer sort that out. On the politics side of things, if you go to one of these technical meetings on standards, you'll see that 99% of the room is OECD countries. That's been one of the great things about the collaboration with ISA, is that we're putting a focus on broadening that base of engagement. Because, you know, again, if you walk around, you'll see a lot of events on hydrogen, you'll also see a lot of events on a just transition. And we need to make sure that we develop this industry and that we leverage the opportunities, not just for decarbonisation in Southeast Asia and Africa and Latin America, but leverage the opportunities to improve access to modern energy, to improve access to better water and sanitation. So yes, it's complicated, but we need more transparency, we need more accountability, and we need to work harder to make sure that we've got more voices in the room when we set some of these. We talk about standards, but we're talking about definitions, and that will shape these markets.
Thank you, Professor Prakash. Do you have anything to add?
Thank you. So no, I don't have anything more to add. I think sufficient. Only thing that, again, I want to reiterate that this can be better achieved with the funding support from the developing agencies, because we need lots of POCs now, whatever we have actually, because it has to go to the ground. And then the end users, they will also get the confidence because the new fuel, and this is where from it starts. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. That would be a whole other panel on how to get the funding and where does it come from and how to lower the risk. But I'll end there because I think we are about to launch the handbook. Thank you so much to all the panelists. This has been extremely interesting. Gender issues, collaboration, and a political war, apparently.
And cooking.
And cooking, obviously. Yeah, please join us in applauding our panelists. And I'll hand over to Mridula.
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to announce the launch of our Green Hydrogen Enabling Environment Handbook. This handbook is an outcome of a significant partnership between ISA and a long-term partner, Green Hydrogen Organization, to conduct a series of trainings on green hydrogen sector. We have GH2, our partner. We've conducted 2 editions already. One was in Cairo in August, and where we covered Africa and some Latin American countries, and member countries of ISA, of course. And then we had one last month in Delhi, where we covered around 14 countries, which were Asia Pacific, and also we had Latin America and few Indian states. So this handbook we'll be launching now. May I request Jonas Moberg, CEO of Green Hydrogen Organization, to talk about it. But first, we'll have the launch, please. May I please invite on the stage JF, Andrew Jeffries, Director, Energy Transition Mechanism, ADB. Andrew, could you? Jonas Moberg, of course. Rameshji, Chief of Unit, PPIC. And our dear colleagues, Caroline and Sam, who have contributed enormously to this handbook. Thank you.
Oh,
partners in Egypt, first there for 14 countries, many of them from Africa. And then, as Mridula said, we did something similar in Delhi. I think that at the outset, what's very exciting about this is maybe not so much the learning that was happening and so on, but the fact that we were building a network. Having Mauritania, Morocco, and Egypt, in some ways similar countries, actually spend a bit of serious time comparing the legislation that they have just put in place for green hydrogen. So the code in Mauritania that many of you have been involved with, the Morocco offer in Morocco, and the incentive scheme in Egypt, and starting to really drill into why are you giving incentives here and why are you giving incentives here, and so on. I think it's fair to say that many of us left with more answers than, with more questions than answers, in the sense of we need to think so very hard, all of us, from the outset, of how we drive local employment and local development, how these very large export-driven projects fundamentally also contribute to development, and that when we put these incentive schemes in place, we need to get the taxing and everything right from the beginning. It is, of course, so very, very hard to retrofit and readjust the terms and conditions for these very large projects. Another area where we worked a lot was on standards, on certification. I think there was a growing recognition that the lobbying for undermining for poor standards and for the ISO to not have standards on methane reporting and so on, that is now becoming a direct hindrance to genuinely low carbon products for green hydrogen, green ammonia, and so on, and that is actually starting now to really put the brakes on some of the large projects. So that was one other theme. So those were the sorts of things that these governments were really delving into with experts, and we had colleagues from IRENA, from the World Bank, from a whole range of different organizations, a fair number of consultants from sort of also the private sector, and not least at the training in Egypt, Karen, Sami, was we had quite a lot of private developers that were also part of it, that were giving their perspectives. One of the last things I want to say is that if you look at this handbook, you'll see that most of these 200 pages are really the governments themselves having made a contribution following a policy framework, you might call it, called policy. So policy and legislation for P, O in terms of operational provisions, fiscal provisions, some of those things I just spoke about, L for lessons learned, case studies, success stories, and so on. I for innovative solutions, case studies showcasing not just success, but also challenges. C for collaborative discussions and you know, things that have been learned. And then Y for yields, measured outcome, impact, and implementing policies. It's not a brilliant way of structuring things, but it worked. And it gave the governments a way to try to answer and fill in. And we're extremely delighted that so many of them, in fact, almost all, have written and filled in that and given a sense of this is where we are at when it comes to not just green hydrogen, but really enabling large-scale renewable energy and the green hydrogen ammonia economy. lastly, maybe from our side, Amridala, there were so many topics we only scratched the surface on. So I do think that there are many topics. I mentioned two, that whether it's us or you, but there is a desperate need to return to go deeper, to go beyond simple sort of conversations at high level, as it's called, but really going deeper. What is good legislation? Do we need legislation altogether? Is it better to deal with it in agreements? As I said, financial modeling and the fiscal rules area, totally under-resourced. There has been really, we have to ask ourselves, are we learning the many lessons bitterly gained in the oil, gas, and mining sector to really try to get it right this time? And the answer is we're not doing anywhere near what needs to be done in getting some of those issues right. So I think, yes, we created a network. We all hopefully learned a little bit, but I think even more than that, we learned the many things we didn't know and that we need to return to. So it was a great collaboration, and I think everyone enjoyed it. Thank you to Amridala and all of the ones that I say. They're getting 40, 50 people from literally around the world to Cairo, to Delhi is no small feat for small teams. And they work their socks off, and we're really appreciative of the collaboration.
Many thanks, Jonas, and it has been an amazing experience working together, and we look forward to many such projects in future. To close the session, may I please invite Mr. Andrew Jeffries, Director, Energy Transition Mechanism, Just Energy Transition PE, Asian Development Bank, to provide ADB perspective and closing remarks, please.
So, ladies and gentlemen, session moderator and the esteemed panelists, thank you all for joining this green hydrogen session. I'd also like to thank our co-host, the International Solar Alliance and the Clean Energy Ministerial, for collaborating with us on this event. And congratulations on the launch of this great handbook. Interesting to learn about everyone working their socks off and making this happen. Green hydrogen, as we all know, is an emerging and key pillar to the transition to a net zero future. It can support industrial decarbonization, power generation, storage, transport of renewable energy, and I learned today, clean cooking. So at the Asian Development Bank, we seek to support knowledge and experience sharing in this field. As mentioned in the ISA presentation at the beginning of this session, ADB and the ISA, in support of the Indian Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, developed and launched the creation of the Global Center of Excellence platform, named as the Green Hydrogen Innovation Center, that is to support the production, utilization, and trade of green hydrogen. So it's encouraging to see such a comprehensive discussion today, not just its role in cutting down carbon emissions worldwide, but it was such a diverse discussion, the supply and storage benefits, industrial uses, and again, the clean cooking element, which, everyone thinks of green hydrogen as these massive capital intensive industrial uses, and it was just very kind of interesting to hear the diversity of how it can evolve over time. So, this development of this green hydrogen is going to, of course, face many challenges. Mentioned today, the need for a lot of large-scale infrastructure, financial barriers, strategies such as enhancing local capacities, forming international partnerships, and developing special policy frameworks all can help facilitate this transition. And it's going to take all the different types of stakeholders to closely collaborate, develop and execute on the knowledge sharing, the policy frameworks, but also importantly on the most viable projects. Because, you know, it is going to take all kinds of different types of projects to really kickstart and really create momentum for the hydrogen economy, government-backed programs, projects that are equity financed by, you know, oil and gas companies, first mover, green ammonia and fertilizer, refining projects financed by project finance, a series of pilots in non-traditional sectors. All of these together collectively will kind of play a role in spurring this whole ecosystem that needs to develop. And at the Asian Development Bank, we have public and private sector operations, and we stand ready to support the development of this ecosystem with, you know, lending, investments, and also working with governments on the knowledge and policy fronts. So again, just thank you to this group of esteemed panelists and for enriching this section with your experience and expertise and all your interesting and diverse perspectives. And so again, a big thank you to the International Solar Alliance and the Clean Energy Ministerial for coming together with the Asian Development Bank to help organize this event. So have a good evening, everyone. Thanks very much. Oh, and this is
Many thanks, Andrew. Before we close, a token of appreciation to our dear panelists, may I request Rameshji to kindly present the souvenirs. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the closure of this session. On behalf of ISA, ADB, and SEM, I would like to sincerely thank all of you. You have a very good evening. Thank you.
just go into the brief of what Confederation of Indian Industry does. And then I invite the moderator from ISA to take the session ahead. One of the requests I have for all the participants over here is to please wear the headphones, because otherwise it would be difficult to hear what the panelists are discussing on. May I request everybody have the headphones on? Okay, thank you. So let me give you a brief about what CII does. Confederation of Indian Industry is one of the largest and the oldest industrial association. And within CII, we have a committee, which is a national committee on renewable energy. And we have some esteemed members of this committee over here today in the panel also. What committee does is basically India has a very huge target of 500 gigawatt of installed fossil fuel, non-fossil fuel capacity to be built by 2030, which is also in line with net zero by 2070. And India wants to be energy sort of from the energy security point of view, free by 2047 from the energy security types of issues and all. Now, what we do for these things within CII is that we have the complete ecosystem wherein we are doing the stakeholder consultation, both from the government, from the private sector, from various stakeholders, from the regulator side, from the electricity commission side, both at the federal government, at the state government. And I think this is one of the unique models within the country that CII tries to present, because when the world is looking at the examples that how the global south has to adopt the conversion of renewable into their country, what we are trying to do over here is that's where the role of CII is important, is that how the private sector plays an important role in this agenda of NDCs, which is given by India. And also we bring in, which is the topic of today, is the financing part of it, the financing growth part of it. And how do we take this model now to the other countries also, which are looking for solar expansion as a part of their portfolio? So there are three things important that we do from CII, from this committee. One is work very closely with Ministry of Renewable Energy, work very closely with Ministry of Power, work with Ministry of Environment, Forest, Climate Change, also Ministry of Oil and Natural Gas, PNG. Now, purpose over here is that being an ecosystem player, there are various initiatives which are happening in various ministries. And then what we do is that not only the policy document, but also how does it goes into the implementation, the challenges of implementation, and how the grid convergence has to be there, because there had been the challenges that how the stability of the grid and all needs to be there. So I think we have representative from the power grid also, he will speak on that. So all these challenges we have already seen, we have already factored these things as we are going towards a growth trajectory in India on the renewables. Second important point that we are doing also is a lot of skills, because the complete skill set that has to be built up, because there is a lot of energy mix wherein along with other forms of energy, solar will play a very important role in the sustainable development of the country. New job creation, the present jobs which are there, how to reskill, upskilling is a very important requirement. The complete narrative of battery storages, how the grid stabilization has to be done. So that is the second part. And also what CII is looking is from end to end. All the supply chain partners need to be there. And recently we also realized that there is a very important theme of circularity also that we need to look into, because all this solar power that we will be generating over the years, it should not lead to any e-waste type of issues. And also what is the circularity part of it? How is the recycling available for this? Are we prepared for it? So it's an all-inclusive development pathway that CII is discussing with its members, with its other associations. And another unique opportunity that we bring into the COP is that CII is also one of the agencies where we are also preparing the national emission inventory for the industry sector in the country, which is going to be the part of the BOR 4, most likely to be released in COP 29. So all these activities makes us a very important sort of a player, that how India has sort of leapfrogged and gone into the solar growth path. And I think that's what this session is all about, that what we bring as success factor of CII, what ISA's experience of expanding this to more than 100 countries, 120 if I'm correct now, and what are the collaboration opportunities that we can look from India, bring those examples over here. So these are some of the things that I just want to put at the context. And very recently this year, we have done a very mega show of something called as Reinvest, which is the investment in the renewable sector. And I think the complete decentralization sort of thing is happening in India. So it's not only the central government, but the state governments are also equally bringing their state level policies into the grid integration of the renewable power. So I think these are some of the important developments which are taking place in the country, where CII is almost at the nodal point of getting all this development done. And we have been talking to various industry associations over here, and they also realize that this is some role which needs to be replicated also. And we bring out this very clearly into the G20 declaration and also the B20 last year. And you will be also surprised that because this COP29 is on two issues. One is enhancing ambitions, more target setting for your respective NDCs, and on the climate finance part. So most of the recommendations which are still under negotiations, which are going on in the new plan that they are proposing, they are looking into G20 Delhi Declaration and try to see that what could be those blended finance requirements that have been recommended, which G20 has adopted, and also G7 also adopted it. So purpose of giving you this narrative was that during the G20, we had a good framework which B20, which was the Business 20 Alliance, presented it to the G20 Secretariat. From G20, it went into the global declaration, and now these things are coming as a part of the COP also. So that's where the role of CII becomes pertinent, that how we start preparing it, and it becomes a policy narrative, then global narrative, and that's how the collaboration starts happening. So these are some of the things which we do. But let me thank ISA, because this is the ISA Pavilion, and we are thanks to ISA for giving us the event to be organized today as a session. So I invite Karan over here to moderate this session and give a brief about the session, about ISA, and then invite our panelists who are also the members of CII, and we will have a good interactive session. And over to Karan and also the questions that we will be asking on. Okay.
Thank you. Shikhar. Thank you very much. And let me at the outset thank CII for being a long-standing partner of the International Solar Alliance. Let me invite my panelists to join me up on this side of the room. Yatendra ji, Sajay, Sanjay, and Harsh. The session, can you all hear me? The session here today is titled Financing Solar Growth, Challenges and Opportunities. At COP29 in Baku, which is slated to be the finance COP, a more opportune session of this kind could not have been organized. Financing solar energy has evolved rapidly, driven by both external market forces, but also internal policy shifts. There are four key trends that we have started to see. There has been an investment growth in clean energy investments. Thank you. Sorry, just give me. There have been investment growths in clean energy investments. The investments have surpassed over 1.7 trillion in 2023. large portions of this allocated to solar projects. Private sector involvement has rapidly increased. More corporations increasingly committed to long-term PPAs. Cost reduction, of course, there's been a steep decline. And you started to see a lot of innovation in the financing trends, a growing trend towards securitization of solar assets, especially in portfolios of large solar projects, which are all bundled together. This, however, is the positive side of it. But this is all also plagued by a lot of challenges. Solar as a technology has now reached our homes. It's a home product now. It also has a particular importance in the global south. It will work very well with natural ecosystems and is abundantly available in all the southern countries. All of them are ISA members. Finance in solar, however, is plagued by, at the same time, high initial costs, low technology adoption, insufficient infrastructure, uncertain returns of investments in certain geographies, and also limited access to upfront and low-cost capital. With this context, I could not have had a more distinguished panel with me to delve on the challenges, but also some parts of the solutions in which, all of you are working towards. Let me open the floor with one question that I have posed to all the panelists. Given the persistent funding gaps and the high initial costs involved with the solar projects, what do you believe are the most promising financial innovations or the policy shifts needed to unlock capital at scale for solar growth to expand rapidly? Let me start with you.
Thank you, Karan. As you rightly said, solar is very matured and sort of reached the home ground from technology perspective, bankability perspective, resource availability perspective, the PPA, permits approvals, land. I am actually a old wind hand. I have worked in Vestas and Siemens Gamesa for 20 short years. And I can tell you wind is much more complicated, especially in India. But as you rightly said, Karan, it's very matured solar projects, especially in India, where you have large banks of land available. I see a huge opportunity because India is all about size, scale, and speed. And as we speak, last year, 50 gigawatts were tendered out by the Indian government. The biggest opportunity I would say is that if the lender community, if they can customize the product to the ecosystem which is there in the solar capacity addition, which by means I say, like, for example, in India, if you have a solar PPA signed with an entity like NTPC, SECI, or SJVN, still the lender community doesn't finance it or doesn't disburse it till the CERC, which is a Federal Regulatory Commission, does a tariff adoption. Now, tariff adoption as per the Electricity Act is a formal process which has to happen on its own. It has to happen immediately, actually, because the interested party, whether it is NTPC, me, or the DISCOM, all of us have agreed on the tariff. But this is a process which takes 3 months, 4 months, 6 months. Now, in this context, if a IPP is not able to deploy money because there is no clarity of project finance disbursement happening, so that has an impact on the IDC, that has an impact on the entire project schedule because we cannot buy the land at the right time. We cannot complete the permits approval at the right time. We cannot contract with module suppliers or inverter suppliers. So I see if the project finance in India is customizing their product to suit these kind of variables which are there in the market, but it is just in my opinion, it is just a process-driven variables. It's not that this variable is gonna be undone or the government can afford to say that there is no tariff adoption possible for these PPAs. This is, to me, is the biggest gap challenge that I see from an IPP perspective.
Thank you, Sajay ji. Dwivedi ji, I also understand that you have another appointment with the Honorable Minister. So I would actually club both the questions that I had to ask you and give you a little bit more time if the panel agrees. One is, of course, the funding gaps and the initial high initial costs that are associated with solar projects. What are the policy shifts in your view that you think are needed to unlock this? And also in your role at Power Grid, what are the innovative financing mechanisms that you are using to upscale and enlarge your solar portfolio? So yours.
Thanks for giving me this opportunity. I'll take these two questions and then before that, because he wanted to speak about some grid aspects also regarding Power Grid and then integration of renewable energy with Power Grid Corporation. So I'll speak about it first and then I'll come to the straight to your questions. In India, as we know that pre-2014, the renewable energy targets were hardly 20 gigawatt. And then in 2015, it was revised to 175 gigawatt. And then later on in COP 26, it was revised to 500 gigawatt by 2030. So accordingly, various green zones have also been established in India, like in Rajasthan, Gujarat, arid lands of Rajasthan, Gujarat, and few places in Madhya Pradesh, like Riva, Ultra Mega solar power projects, and solar cities have also been established in like Gwalior, Nagapattinam, and Coimbatore. And many of these are under operational, and many of these are under completion phase also. These projects come with the respective, since the financing aspects are there, financing comes with the associated risk also. The risks involved with these projects are, first is the completion risk, whether the projects will be completed on time or not. Since these projects are coming up in Rajasthan and arid lands of Gujarat, so most of the completion risks are very minimized because the lands are available and it can be established in a shorter period of time. As we know that in case of hydroelectric projects and in thermal projects also, we used to take around 4 to 10 years of time for completion of generation projects. And then we used to get a lot of time for these evacuation transmission lines also. But these solar projects and wind projects are coming up very, very fast. In 1 year, 1.5 years, and 2 years, they are coming up. And the associated transmission lines are also required to be completed within that shorter period of time. So these are the risks involved with the transmission projects in India and anywhere in the world. So completion risk is the first one. Then operational risks. Operational risks are also very minimized in India because the projects are like Avada projects in Rajasthan, near Bikaner, Rajasthan. It's around 1,200 megawatt projects at one location and fully operational, fully automatic. So a lot of generation is being done with the minimum manpower cost. So operational risks are very, very minimal. And the currency risk it has its own operational costs. And then transmission risks, it has never happened in India that their generation projects have come up and then the transmission lines are not available. It has never happened in India, in the history of India. So the transmission risks are also very, very minimum. Land acquisition costs is also not very much in arid lands of Gujarat and then deserts of Rajasthan. Then regulatory and policy risks are also very minimized because CRC is there and the Central Electricity Authority is also there for planning all these kinds of risks. Now coming to your innovative things in financing these solar projects. we have around these availability of green bonds and the climate bonds. These are very effective in channelizing the larger scale investment into sustainable projects, including solar. And then climate bonds are also focused on projects aligned with climate adaptation and mitigation, which include solar energy also. Governments and international bodies can incentivize these bonds. Then blended financial models are also available for solar projects, like it leverages both public and private funds by using public or philanthropic capital to absorb initial project costs, making solar projects more attractive to private investors. By de-risking solar investment, blended finance can enable significant capital mobilization from private investors. Then solar-specific financial intermediaries and aggregators also available across the world, so that we can have synergy with the solar financial intermediaries and aggregators. These models not only enhance financing, but also allows small projects that might not attract individual investment. Then the fourth innovative model would be a public-private partnership. It can help distribute the high initial cost of solar infrastructure. Government could partner with the private firms to develop solar projects where the government provides land or subsidies and the private partners handles the operations. So these are the few innovative methods which can have the solar financing aspect.
Thank you, Devedi ji. And I think what you highlight here is that this is a complex and a layered, problem, and it needs nuanced and customized solution at various aspects of this also. Sanjay, moving over to you. Again, I'll start with the first question that I'm posing to all the panelists on these persistent funding gaps and these high upfront costs that we keep listening to. What is your belief on the promising financial innovations that you think are needed to unlock climate finance for solar?
Right. Before I delve into the question, let me just share something about Jackson Group as such, because there are people in the audience who are not from India. Jackson is there in the entire value ecosystem of renewables. We are into solar module manufacturing, 2 gigawatt capacity. We do transmission lines. We are solar developers of 1 gigawatt, and we are doing solar EPC in India and abroad of approximately 5 gigawatt. Now, based on our experience, of being a developer as well as an EPC player, what I feel is somehow it's the cost of capital, which was shared in the morning session where you were only moderating. The cost of capital in India is north of 9% when we start developing a project, whereas in Germany it's almost zero, and in US it's almost 2%. Now, if we talk about innovative financing models, I mean, the cost of capital, it's a derivative of cost of debt and a cost of equity. So banks today, they have a debt equity. They will finance a project by up to 70% or maximum up to 75%. So if we can, for solar, if the central banks can come together, or the central banks in various countries can think of, financing a higher portion of debt, the cost of capital to some extent it would reduce, as well as the regulatory mechanism and the policy mechanism by the government to de-risk the project to a large extent would also reduce the cost of capital. Though they may not, it will not be innovative financing as such in a direct manner, but without the regulatory and the policy framework and monetary regulation from the central banks, it's very difficult to achieve the numbers that we want to, if we want to mitigate the climate change. Thank you.
No, thank you, Sanjay. And let me now pull in Harsh. Harsh, your take and your belief on that one policy shift or a series of actions or financial innovations that are needed to unlock finance at scale for solar.
I think in my mind, financing for solar projects per se, the challenges have gone down substantially over the last 2 decades. If just one keeps things in perspective, 10 years ago, I think people struggled to have financial closures. Banks did not lend, or extend protracted processes continued. As we speak today, pretty much every single bank loves to fund solar. I would say global capital markets love to fund solar projects in India. So I would say that it is not necessarily a funding gap itself. The gap exists in credible execution and capacity creation in India. If one wants to build a 5 gigawatt power plant, it gets built, it gets funded. So I don't think it's the gap is in the capital availability. Yes, cost of capital remains a challenge, but that's not for solar. That's a macroeconomic question of what India's rating is. And as long as India is rated BBB, will be funded like a BBB country. And that has much bigger macroeconomic and geopolitical factors at play. But besides that, I have seen or experienced exponential growth in funding available for utility scale solar projects. Now, I would say where the gap I see is in the smaller scale projects or CNI projects, or even distributed solar projects. Now, as with any solution, only utility scale power projects may not be the only solution for entire country's power needs. But as part of energy transition, there will be needs for distributed solar, CNI, which is growing in India. But those segments are finding it difficult to fund, or rather find funding at scale. And I think that's the area which, if government as well as policymakers can provide certain dispensation to, probably that's where the biggest funding gap exists today.
No, Harsh, I think the key takeaway that I take from your address is that we need to now move from the what to the how and get into the implementation capacities. Now that we have heard the kind of key challenges that we all face and think, be it implementation capacities or high cost of capital, let's get a little deeper into the specifics on considering that these challenges exist in our ecosystem. Sajay, let me pose this to you and go in the same order. At your role in Zelestra, and maybe you want to tell us about that a little bit. Considering that these challenges that you face, how do you navigate particularly the operational challenges in these emerging markets? And what kind of partnerships do you think are needed to maneuver through this complex ecosystem? Sajay.
Karan. I'll give a brief background about Zelestra. This is a global IPP platform, renewable energy. We do wind, solar, batteries, and now also green hydrogen we are planning. This is backed by the Swedish private equity fund called EQT. This is one of the top 3 largest global private equity fund in the world. We are aiming to be about we are right now about 18 gigawatt pipeline, and we are focusing on 5 specific regions. Earlier, we were present in 21 countries in the last 15 years, but now we are focusing in US, Germany, India, and LATAM plus south of Spain, south of Europe, I mean. I think the most important aspect in any renewable energy project is land. And land is the mother of any infrastructure project, whether it is roads and bridges, whether it's transmission line, whether it's wind project, whether it is. So land is the most crucial aspect of any infrastructure project, specifically RE project. Now in a RE project, it gets a little bit more variable gets added is the resource, because you just cannot put up anywhere like the maybe little bit of transmission line and roads, bridges, you can still take a detour. But wind and solar projects are married to a particular coordinate or particular land because the resource is available best. Plus the other variable that comes in is the stakeholder management, the ease of buying the land, the farmer community, the political environment there, the type of forest land, revenue land. so many things, the transmission lines going through this. So these are the 2-3 variables which get added to plain vanilla, simple looking land, but it has huge impact on the entire project. So as an IPP, if you don't figure out this and you're still banking on regulators or the government authorities or the local stakeholder to resolve this, I don't think you should jump into RE or any infrastructure project for that matter. So the simple mantra at Zelestra, what we have figured out is that you need to do early stage development. And the reason why we believe is because, as I said, land is the most critical important thing. And the fact that it is a long time consuming activity because a lot of variables are there, a lot of owners are there. But the good part is the entire cost of land is only 5% of your project cost. And that also it's on, you don't have to upfront, like Karan, what you're saying. Today, there's no upfront huge cost. In solar. Wind, it is a little bit higher, but still you can grade it so that you don't spend your 25% of equity upfront. You can grade it very proportionately so that you don't get hit on your IDC or your entire equity pool. So early stage development is the most important aspect in RE project. And this, trust me, my hair have gone gray and now it's going bald also. But trust me on this, that if you resolve this value in the chain of RE, it will give you very good control on timeline of your project schedule, which has a lot of financial impacts, whether it is equity or debt. It will also give you the time, the cost, because the cost of land also gets controlled. You're not hurrying to buy a land. The moment the stakeholders see in a community or in an area that you are in a hurry to buy land, whether the farmers, whether the stakeholders, they will increase or decrease the price, whatever. The other part is the cost of your losses, the electrical losses from your generation point of modules or turbine to your metering point. That also gets defined very nicely by doing early stage development, because you're buying the land exactly where your engineering team told you to buy. So which doesn't lengthen your feeder lines, which doesn't lengthen your DC lines, your losses are completely controlled. And the cost of building the plant within that particular land also remains same at the estimated level, because you don't have zigzag land purchase happening because you're buying in 6 months or 9 months. Typically, land procurement happens, at least to me, it takes 24 months. So you need to put that money 2, 3, 4, 5% of the project cost from day zero till the 24 months. Secure all this, and trust me, it can bring in a lot of value, and it'll all save about 100 to 150 bips on your IRR. Now, where I think the project finance has to get aligned is not, I don't think there is a, if you're an equity on a project with a bankable PPA, there is no dearth of project finance in India. So finance is available, but it is not available at the right time, at the right place, I would say, because they see all these variables which I spoke earlier, which can impact your time, cost, quality, and IRR, everything. They start keeping condition precedent milestone, condition subsequent milestones, which are not fully in your hand. So to me, so we sort of navigate this by doing early stage development, by working with financial partners who understand the domain of India, where the interpretation of each regulation can be different by different stakeholders. So we work with partners who understand that, as I said earlier, the tariff adoption it's going to happen. But if that is linked to your disbursement as a condition precedent, you just cannot progress on the project. So sorry for being long-winded, Karan, but I think the whole crux that we see is early stage development, and that helps in the entire value chain of creating value to the project.
No, Sanjay, I think these are the kind of discussions that we are wanting to have, and that gives me a good connect to what I was going to pose to Sanjay next. India has done particularly okay in ramping down costs, putting in a certain policy environment. And as Sanjay was mentioning, the upfront costs are not as high as they were 10 odd years ago. Now, taking India lessons to the ISA member countries. Currently, ISA stands at 120 member and signatory countries. And these are across a spectrum of economic transition as well as across energy transition spectrum. So in emerging markets, where the policy and the financial support may be uncertain, or if I may use the word inconsistent, what are the strategies that the Jackson Group would apply to manage and mitigate these risks? Your experiences on this?
That's a very interesting question, I would say. And Sajay, to a large extent, has made my life easier, addressing the biggest problem, that is the land. The second issue, I mean, I would say when we are looking at projects across the globe, I mean, I would categorize them into 5 or 6 risks which are there, which we need to mitigate when we are addressing any project. One is the land, which Sajay spoke about. The second is the transmission and the connectivity. The problem that we face with renewable projects is the land is where you have to purchase the land where your engineering team has already mentioned. Now, the connectivity to that location is a very big challenge, and you need to involve the right government officials or the right partner, and that needs to be done at the start of the project or before you initiate the project. You need to identify that. That's one risk that you need to mitigate. The third is the policy inconsistency that we spoke about. What Jackson does is, in most of the territories that we are working, we don't work alone. We've partnered with local stakeholders, the people who have been there in that vicinity for quite some time, who understand the ecosystem, who understand the regulatory framework, who understand the policy framework, who have the right connects or can do the right policy advocacy to mitigate majority of the risks, the uncertain risks that we face. Then there is always, the time frame. You purchase the land, you bid for a project, and by the time it's awarded to you and you are able to execute the project, there is a huge challenge with regard to the technology also. Not specifically for solar as such, but if I think about any other technology, we talk about green molecules, if we talk about any other, batteries, technology is another risk that we have to address, and we have to foresee far into the future. What's going to be the cost, how it's going to impact my project IRRs. And apart from that, it's the supply chain that you need to a large extent, you need to address those issues. You need to have a tight control, a very good project management that you need to do to make sure that, your returns don't go haywire. As Jackson, we've executed projects in Uzbekistan, we're doing it in Saudi Arabia, we're doing it in Mali. And with these, having the biggest learning that we've had is having the right local partner and the right financier has helped us mitigate most of the risks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sanjay. That is very, very interesting. At the International Solar Alliance, we have just completed our latest phase of the World Solar Reports, and a report that we do across our member countries and try and group them into different archetypes based on their economic indicators, their social indicators, and the environmental indicators to figure out what are the kind of complexities that they face. And all these archetypes have very different characteristics, and their solutions need to be designed that way as well. Harsh, moving to you. Very recently, I had read a very interesting paper by the former Finance Secretary of the Government of India talking about InvITs being the next big innovation in the financing model. Now at IndiGrid, you've had a significant role in energy infrastructure. How do you foresee your financing model to support this scaling up? Your experiences on this, please.
Sure. So I think InvITs came into existence somewhere around 2014 when the first regulations had come out, just about a decade ago. And we were one of the first ones to list in 2017. And we have seen since then and now, for 7 years, phenomenal growth in terms of, we define as assets under management, or rather capital flow to InvITs. InvIT is nothing but a yieldco or a REIT which is a better way of owning infrastructure assets, more tax efficient, more transparent. And that's enabled a lot more capital to come into not just our sector, but sectors which are eligible over there. As we speak today, there is over, let's say, $30 billion of capital under InvITs and REITs put together, or actually just InvITs. And it's not just energy, but also road infrastructure and other infrastructure assets, including, I would say, gas pipelines that come into this. And we do see it as a phenomenal way of owning businesses, especially operating infrastructure assets like energy assets we spoke about. And globally, the role that InvIT's equivalent, yieldcos, have played is similar to the one that it is playing in India, but the size of capital markets for energy market globally is substantially larger in comparison to, let's say, normal equity listed companies in infrastructure. And I think the same thing can happen in India, where we'll see majority of the capital being invested via InvITs as a I would say, channel. And within the energy space itself, now we are seeing a third one, which is pure play renewable platform coming into play with Mahindra Sustain InvIT that we saw. So now there is at least 3 InvITs that exist in India, and there's substantial opportunity to grow. And we do feel that most of the large investors who have large aspirations of managing large solar projects or wind projects or transmission projects would prefer to own it via InvITs in the future.
Thank you very much, Harsh, for that. And let me reverse the order right now. And as very senior and distinguished members in the Indian industry, coming here to a finance COP, your 1 or 2 line response on what is your expectation out of these 2 weeks?
I think that's a tough one, but I think whatever is written on the boards everywhere, if that's done, I think that's the only expectation one can have.
I believe actions speak louder than words. So whatever commitments are made during this COP or in the previous COPs, I mean, they should result into ground actions.
Yeah, I hope the COP Finance lives up to the title that it has earned this COP29, and the 1 trillion ask materializes.
Thank you very much. And, I understand that CII has done a knowledge product that they would like to just unveil here. And then maybe we have time for a couple of questions, if there are any. Shikhar, we have.
Yeah. So I will just give a brief of what this document is all about. CII always have been bringing the delegation to all the COPs, and sort of as our representation to the COP Secretariat, which is in case of India, it is Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, which goes for all the negotiations. So some of our expectations from the private sector, we try to capture in this document. And we also map that what was there in COP28 committed, whether those fulfillment was reflected anywhere in the action or not. And similarly, we also see that what could be some of the points that the negotiators can also look into. And so this is just the knowledge product. And in India, as CII, we have a climate change council, which is led by Mr. Godrej. And that's how, so this document that we are unveiling has the mind of top Indian CEOs and all, and their expectation from the private sector for the negotiations for COP29. So with this, may I request all the panelists to just stand for a minute and just unreveal. May I request just to be here for 1 minute?
No, I just need this. Take one photo without the headset. Thank you. We need to do it without the headset.
Oh, okay. Thank you all. It was slightly a larger session. Yeah, yes, yes, yeah, yeah, yes, yes, yeah. So please, we can all be seated here.
No, so we don't have any questions, but let me thank this distinguished panel for a very exciting set of discussions, moving from the challenges that we have to possible solutions, moving from commitments to action. And I think you have succinctly captured here in this document. So thank you very much, and hope you have a wonderful stay here at COP29. I look forward to seeing you all. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you.